Good evening, everyone. Recording. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining the Select Budget Committee meeting. This is a special public hearing to offer us a chance to hear from members of the public. The date is November 10th, 2021, and the time is 5:32 p.m. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Peterson.
Present.
Pursuant.
Present.
Strauss.
Present.
Gonzalez.
Here.
Herbold.
Here.
Juarez.
Here.
Lewis. Morales.
Here.
Chair Mosqueda.
Present.
And Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Thank you. 9 present.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As you just heard me note, we are going to be able to have translation with us. I want to welcome Raul to the committee meeting here with us and thank him for the opportunity to provide translation. I will read through the first portion of my transcript, orienting us to the day, and then when we get to the end of that, I will turn it over to Raul, who's receiving this information as well. Colleagues, thank you very much for joining us early this morning at 9 a.m. to go through the details and the truth about what is in the proposed budget. Appreciate very much your time and attention to this conversation that we've been having about the proposed budget, as well as the community members who've been tuning in. If you have emailed my office about SPD related items, you will be receiving momentarily a summary of what is actually in the budget, much to the to correct much of the information that's out there. I want to make sure that the information is clear. There is no cut to existing Seattle police officers. There is no cut to the proposed hiring plan. Any comments to the contrary are actually counter to what is included in this proposed budget. There's over $26 million included for overtime staffing. There's over $4 million included for discretionary purposes and IT systems totaling $4 million. Please note that it is important that the correct information is shared with you in case you have any concerns about the misinformation you received today. That's an advisory note in case anyone's calling in on that. I'm sure that there will be proposals to increase or decrease that section of our budget, but I wanted to make sure everyone at least had a baseline understanding of what the truth was, and that is there is no cut to existing officers or cuts to the proposed hiring plan. With that, I'll get into my script. Thank you again to Raul. Gracias a Raul. Thank you for joining us today to provide translation for members of the public who requested translation services in advance. Raul will be translating my opening remarks here and directions on how to participate in today's public hearing. In addition to providing translation for the public comment, who is for members who will be providing comments in Spanish. Raul will be translating those comments to English for those who wish to testify in Spanish only today. For future language access requests for the Budget Committee, please make sure to contact Faride Cuevas, that's F-A-R-I-D-E, .CUEVAS for my office. That is a request that we would ask of you 72 hours in advance of the committee meetings to make sure that we can accommodate your request. Again, the next public hearing is next week on Thursday, starting at 9:30 a.m. Colleagues, we have approximately 4.5 hours worth of public testimony this evening if everybody who has signed up is offered 1 minute. I know how important it is for us to hear from community members, and that is why you all have coordinated town halls, office hours, and so much more to help build today's budget. Like you, I have heard from folks even before we began to have our discussions specifically about the mayor's proposed budget, about what we needed in this time of COVID. We want to make sure that the budget process is an opportunity for constituents, advocates, and members of our community to provide deliberate public engagement opportunities for us and to be with us at this virtual table. Transparency, accountability, and good governance mean that the council's budget process has to be more than checking a box and rubber stamping the executive's proposed budget. That's why we hold public hearings like this. The mayor's proposed budget was not developed with public hearings like this, and it is the council as the legislative branch's responsibility to develop the final budget. That requires us to set aside time to engage with constituents like we are doing tonight. Raul, I will pause here if you have access to the script, and I will let you go ahead. And if it's not word for word, that is absolutely okay. The general sentiment is included in the notes. Thank you, Raul.
Yes, ma'am. Because I just got the script right at this given moment. It's whenever you started saying, colleagues, today we have Raul joining us today, correct?
Correct. Thank you, Raul.
Yes. So here goes. Colegas, hoy tenemos a Raúl que nos acompaña y él va a proporcionar lo que es la interpretación para los integrantes del público, quienes han solicitado los servicios de traducción o interpretación por anticipado. Raúl estará traduciendo mis comentarios de apertura y también mis instrucciones sobre cómo voy a moderar la audiencia pública en el día de hoy, además de traducir o interpretar lo que son los comentarios públicos del español al idioma de inglés de las personas que desean testificar en el idioma de español en el día de hoy. Ahora, para las solicitudes de acceso del idioma en el futuro para el comité de presupuesto, por favor asegúrese de comunicarse con la señorita Faride Cuevas. Faride Cuevas, de mi oficina, 72 horas, recuerde, por anticipado, sobre la junta del comité para presentar su solicitud. Ahora, colegas, tenemos X número de participantes que se apuntaron en el día de hoy y todos sabemos qué tan importante es para que podamos escuchar de nuestros constituyentes al nosotros edificar el presupuesto. Como ustedes, yo he escuchado por parte de gente y aún así, antes de haber sido electa, que el presupuesto mayormente, antes de que el presupuesto estuviera ya preparado cuando fuera transmitido por el alcalde. Pero eso no es y no puede ser el caso, puesto de que el proceso del presupuesto del Consejo es la primera vez cuando escuchamos por parte de los constituyentes, intercesores y que públicamente podemos deliberar con más personas en las mesas virtuales. Transparencia, responsabilidad y buena gobernanza significa que el proceso del presupuesto del Consejo tiene que ser más que nomás tachar una casilla de un presupuesto ejecutivo. Por esa misma razón, esa es la misma razón, que presentamos las audiencias públicas como esta semejante, pero no es la primera vez que los concejales participan y comparten con nuestros constituyentes. Sí, como la presidenta del presupuesto del comité, yo he trabajado arduamente para incrementar nuestras comunicaciones ante el público. Por ejemplo, incrementar el número de audiencias públicas que tenemos que escuchar de la palabra, de la voz del público. Este ciclo de presupuesto que tenemos son 3 audiencias públicas. Esta es nuestra segunda. La última se llevará a cabo el 19 de noviembre a partir de las 9:30 hasta las 11:30 de la mañana. Además, respecto a los primeros 30 minutos de cada junta de presupuesto, se lo dedicamos a los comentarios de nuestro público. También de igual forma, yo he invertido las últimas par de semanas escuchando de centenares de individuos y organizaciones que se centralizan sus temas y las cuestiones que impactan mayormente a nuestra ciudad, incluyendo esas personas desamparadas, es decir, las personas sin techo, lo que es la seguridad pública equitativa, ¿sí? Y también las viviendas costeables, asequibles y la revitalización económica en una serie de horas de oficina. También llevé a cabo en vivo en rasgos generales un presupuesto en vivo ayer a las 2 de la tarde en el canal de Seattle.
Muchas gracias, Raul. Thank you very much, Raul. And Raul included my final comments, and so I'm going to just summarize those last two sentences. Gracias, Raul. As budget chair, I've worked hard to increase our communication to members of the public. Like evenings like this, we've increased the number of public hearings and the time in which we're hearing from members of the public. This budget cycle, we have 3 public hearings. This is our second one. The last one will be on November 19th from 9:30 to 11. In addition, we will finish with we have started every meeting first with 30 minutes at each of our budget meetings. I've also spent the last few weeks hearing from hundreds of individuals and organizations centering the issues that impact our city the most, including services for the homeless, equitable public safety, affordable housing, economic revitalization, through a series of office hours and community conversations. Yesterday, as you know, we also provided a live streamed budget reveal at 2 p.m. on Seattle Channel for members of the public. At this time, we are going to go into remote public comment period. And Raul, I will go ahead and translate the key components. And thank you very much for translating the opening remarks. At this time, we're going to open remote public comment period. We have approximately 4.5 hours of public comment to provide an opportunity for those who are on the line to offer their comments. Today, we will conduct the public comment in the following manner. Each person will get 1 minute to provide public comment. You will hear a chime at the end of your allotted time, and that means that you will need to wrap up your public comments before your 1 minute is over. For those who are on the line, you will hear you have been unmuted, and that is your chance to hit unmute. I will call on 3 speakers at a time in the order in which they've registered on the council's website. If you have not registered, but you'd like to, you can still sign up before the end of the meeting. Please make sure that you're calling with the same number that you signed up with. If not, we will not see the number that you've signed up with on our list. Once I call the speaker's name, the staff will unmute you and you will hear that you have been unmuted. Please go ahead and speak, but press *6 first. Begin speaking by stating your name and the items in which you are trying to address. Thank you so much, and we are going to start public comment. Raul, are you able to translate items 1 through 6 on that script, if you don't mind?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. It begins with "at this time," correct?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. En este dado momento, sería la apertura para el inicio del plazo del periodo de comentarios públicos de forma remota. Tenemos X cantidad de personas, no está escrita la cantidad, que están apuntadas para proporcionar lo que es comentario público, para poder acaparar a todas las personas quienes se han apuntado en el día de hoy. La audiencia pública del día de hoy será moderada de la siguiente manera. 1. Nosotros vamos a cubrir a todas las personas, las mismas que se apuntaron en el día de hoy y que están registradas, por decirlo así. 2. Cada orador se le dará al mismo o a la misma 1 minuto para hablar. Para aquellas personas que necesitan servicios de traducción e interpretación, también a ustedes se les dará solamente 1 minuto para presentar sus comentarios. Después de 1 minuto, entonces se lo entregamos el micrófono al intérprete para que lleve a cabo la traducción consecutiva. Ahora 3. Yo le llamaré a 3 oradores a la vez. Y en la orden en la cual ellos se apuntaron, se registraron en el sitio web del Consejo. Bien, si usted aún no se ha apuntado, inscrito para hablar, pero quisiera hacer uso de su palabra, usted puede apuntarse antes del fin de esta audiencia pública. ¿Cómo? Usted puede acudir a lo que es el sitio web del Consejo, que lo que viene siendo Council's website at seattle.gov /council, esa es la dirección. Ahora, el enlace de comentario del público también está enumerado en la agenda del día de hoy. Ahora, por favor, asegúrese de que usted está llamando con el mismo número, con el mismo que usted se apuntó y se registró. Si no, no la veremos, no lo veremos cuando aparezca en nuestra lista. Ahora, una vez que yo llame el nombre de él o la oradora, el personal desenmudecerá lo que son lo que es el micrófono apropiado, correspondiente, y habrá un indicio, una señal automática en donde usted escuchará: usted ha sido desenmudecido. You have been unmuted. Eso será la señal del orador, que es su turno para hacer uso de la voz. Ahora, el orador, el orador deberá oprimir estrellita 6 para empezar a hablar. 6, por favor, empiece a hablar al declarar, es decir su nombre y su apellido y el tema del mismo que usted aborda. Por favor, mantenga sus comentarios relacionados al presupuesto del 2022.
Very good. Thank you very much. And the cantidad, the number of people who have called up is 276 at the moment. So let's go ahead and get started. Gracias, Raul. Here we go. Michael Malini, Jesse Friedman, Francis Yee. You are up first, Michael. Good evening. Michael, *6 to unmute. Okay. I'm not seeing Michael. Jesse, you are up, followed by Francis.
Hello, my name is Michael Malini. Oh, sorry, this is going through.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michael Malini. I'm a renter in District 3, calling in support of the Solidarity budget, including additional cuts to the 10.9 million cuts to SPD. I'm hoping the council will remove funding for all 134 positions that SPD does not intend to fill, and eliminate the 14 million adjustments for one-time budget changes, so SPD doesn't have a $28 million slush fund for next year, as well as for the calling to invest in housing in the following ways, with provisions to ensure that funds for tiny house villages and encampments are spent only on that purpose, including $800,000 for self-managed communities, Nicholsville and Share, and $45 million for social housing acquisition programs. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Jesse, you're up next, followed by Francis.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Friedman, calling in to thank the council for your generous support of youth care and our staff in the proposed balancing package. Almost 50% of unhoused adults in King County experienced homelessness for the first time before the age of 25. The investment in this budget will help young people access the essential services and skills needed to set them on a path towards stable housing throughout adulthood. Thank you to Budget Chair Mosqueda for your advocacy for an inclusion of the 5.8%, even better, inflationary increase and the wage equity study in this balancing package. Our frontline staff are heroes, and they deserve to be compensated at a rate that reflects their absolutely critical service to our young people and to our city. Thanks to Councilmember Lewis, Jacob Thorpe, and Jeff Sims for your assistance, and to the entire council for your time, thoughtfulness, and commitment reflected in this budget. I hope you all get some much-deserved rest in the weeks ahead.
Thank you. Francis is followed by Alice Lockhart and Kaylee Condit. Good morning, Francis. Good afternoon. Good evening. You know what I'm
Hi,
trying to say.
my name is Francis. You can hear me, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so my name is Francis. I'm a student at the University of Washington. I'm calling to express my support for the solidarity budget, especially defunding SPD and putting that money where it counts, which is in the community. To me, this means things like affordable housing, education, food access, public transportation, and transitioning our city off of fossil fuels and onto renewable energy so that we can create a livable future for people like me and people younger than me. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alice, good evening. You're followed by Kaylee Condit and Peter Condit. Alice, *6 to unmute.
Good evening, Council. I'm Alice Lockhart, and I organize with 350 Seattle. Thanks to you and to staff for all your work toward a more equitable budget. But we're not quite there yet, and we can't be there when Seattle spends 26 times as much on policing compared to climate. We should preserve and substantially expand the common sense $10.9 million cut to SPD in the balancing package. We can't quite be there with the bulk of our when the bulk of our emissions come from transportation, and we aren't treating that as an equally serious issue compared to bridge maintenance. We should proviso bridge spending to ensure that design work and spending incorporate the city's climate and affordability goals. In the coming days, Solidarity Budget and Green New Deal advocates will be analyzing the details of the balancing package and coming to your offices with requests for amendments. I urge you each to sponsor multiple Solidarity Budget amendments that move us toward real community safety, including putting guardrails on the City Attorney's Office, more affordable housing, and bringing down climate emissions, and to vote for each other's amendments. Thank you.
Thanks, and that reminds me, I wanted to thank Central staff for extending the amendment deadline for our colleagues. That will be 2 p.m. on Friday instead of noon. That does mean that we need to be working within the next 24 hours to really finalize those ideas. Kaylee, followed by Peter. Good evening, Kaylee.
Good evening. This is Kaylee Condit, a resident of District 6 and a professor at the University of Washington. I support Seattle's Solidarity Budget and defunding SPD by 50%. City Council should defund SPD because SPD is structural racism. In January, a study commissioned by SPD by the Center for Equity in Policing found that Black people are 5 times more likely and Native people are 9 times more likely to be stopped by SPD than white people are. Yet this same study also showed that white men are the most likely demographic to be found with a weapon. These data follow nearly a decade of reform efforts under the federal consent decree and huge increases to SPD's budget. This is now painfully clear that the cops don't keep us safe and dollars need to be moved out of that department if we want to make progress towards true public safety. Defunding SPD by $10.9 million in the balancing package is a great start. Council should go further and defund all 340 positions that SPD does not intend to fill next year and eliminate technical adjustment for one-time budget so that SPD doesn't have tens of millions of dollars acting as a slush fund.
Thank you very much, Peter, followed by Katie Rubin. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening. This is Peter Shalato Condit in District 6. The events of the past 2 years have been challenging, life-altering, and in too many cases, life-ending, including for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Horace Lorenzo Anderson Jr., and many others. The violence and trauma from colonialism, genocide, enslavement, criminalization, and incarceration is perpetuated today in the criminal legal system. The easiest way for Council to contribute to undoing these harms is by defunding SPD and the City Attorney's Office. Removing $10.9 million from SPD in the balancing package is a good start, and I applaud cuts to SPD's hiring bonuses, technology spending, and CSOs. But Council should do more. Defund all 134 positions that the SPD does not intend to fill next year, and eliminate the technical adjustment for one-time budget changes so that SPD doesn't have tens of millions acting as a department slush fund next year. Instead, Council members can and should fund non-police public safety and ideas put forth in the Seattle Solidarity Budget. Thank you for listening and all the work that you continue to do for our city.
Thank you. Katie Rubin, followed by Jordan Ray. Good evening, Katie.
Hello, my name is Kate Rubin. I'm a renter living in District 2, and I'm the organizing director of Be Seattle, a proud endorser of the Solidarity Budget. I'm deeply concerned that many of the proposed budgetary amendments for housing did not make it into the initial balancing package. We are in a housing crisis. The Solidarity budget is calling for a dire investment in housing, including $45 million for a social housing acquisition program to fight displacement, an additional $30 million for the Equitable Development Initiative, which has been a lifeline for BIPOC communities fighting against displacement, an additional $500,000 to support renters' rights education and organizing, $770,000 for vehicle residency outreach, an additional 2.8% contract adjustment for stable and essential human services, and provisos to ensure that funds for tiny house villages and encampments are spent only on that purpose, including $800,000 for self-managed communities. Housing is a human right. No one should have to struggle to meet their basic needs. We must prioritize developing a more inclusive and equitable Seattle in 2022. Thank you.
Okay, just to be clear, $192 million included in this budget for affordable housing. Many of those providers referenced are in the budget. Look forward to talking more. Kate, apologies for calling you Katie. Jordan, followed by Tushar Karada.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Ray. I'm with the West Seattle Community Safety Team, part of the Seattle Community Safety Initiative. I'm calling for support of the restored funding to the Seattle Community Safety Initiative. Part of the West Seattle Community Safety Initiative, what we do is we act as, a deterrent for police and community, especially with minority youth. Statistically speaking, when minority youth get called for lesser crimes, it escalates to a more felonious event. We try to restore faith within the community with businesses and with the youth. We also, statistically speaking, we actually brought down with local stores petty shoplifting and helping young youth stay in school and helping their families find stability. And that's all I just want to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tushar, followed by Mimi Santos.
Hello, my name is Tushar Karana, and I live and work in District 2. I'm calling to express my unequivocal support for the Solidarity budget. I'd like to live in a Seattle where everyone has adequate affordable housing, where my neighbors aren't forced into living on the street, and where folks aren't met with state violence for being Black, brown, Native, or poor, which is why I support the Solidarity budget. In particular, I'd like to highlight that the budget should ensure that funds for tiny house villages and encampments are spent only for that purpose, including the $800,000 for Nicholsville and Share. Council should keep at least $45 million for the Social Housing Acquisition Fund, which is necessary for affordable housing. In addition, we need to prioritize Indigenous sovereignty, and we should allocate at least $1.5 million for mental and behavioral health for the Duwamish. The Council should fund these social programs by defunding SPD by 50%, and that starts this budget with reducing SPD's position authority to 750 officers and removing funding for vacant positions in the City Attorney's Criminal Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi, followed by Jordan Berry and Camille Jix. Good evening, Mimi.
Hi, my name is Mimi Santos, and I'm part of El Centro de las Razas after-school program, and I'm here in support of the budget amendment to reallocate resources to deal for culturally responsive after-school programming for middle school and high school students. It is such a privilege to be part of this program, which creates a safe space where youth of color, our Latinx youth, feel heard, empowered, and invigorated to achieve whatever they dream. The work extends beyond the students and academic support and really creates a community, a place where once in the program, whatever we need, we have a place to go and people to reach out to. The work El Centro de las Razas after-school program does is so important, and we encourage you all to vote yes in support of this of reallocation of funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, followed by Camille. Jonathan, I'm not hearing you. *6 to unmute. Jonathan Berry. Looks like you're still muted, Jonathan. *6 to unmute. Let's tee up Camille. Good evening, Camille. *6 to unmute. Great. Hi there, Camille.
Hi, my name is Camille Gix. I am a student at the University of Washington living in District 3, and I'm also a part of the advocacy team at Real Change. I'm calling in to first express my strong support for the public bathroom amendment. We're very happy to see that that was included in the budget balancing package, and it's just super important because not only will it help our unhoused population in Seattle, but it also will help gig workers and sports fans, tourists, and anyone that is unable to spend money on coffee every time they need to use a bathroom. We were, however, disappointed to see that all of Councilmember Morales' budget amendments to housing were cut from the balancing package. We know that the $45 million towards the social acquisition fund is a big ask, but it is super necessary that we invest in housing as opposed to policing of our unhoused neighbors. We need to work on creating social housing. We would like to ask the council to add back even just a relatively small amount to social housing to direct to the Office of Housing in order to.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jonathan Berry. I'm a renter in District 3. I'm a pediatrician who trained here in Washington, and I work in several urgent cares in the area. I'm calling to support all of the Solidarity Budget's amendments in the balancing package, including shrinking SPD's budget by $10.9 million. As a pediatrician, there are two parts of the Solidarity budget that most strongly support children's health. The first is all the Green New Deal proposals that are needed to face the scale of the climate crisis, including $13 million to help transition low-income homes off oil heat and support impacted workers. Children who live in oil-heated homes are at risk for a number of health issues, including inhalation injuries and higher rates of asthma. This proposal is a no-brainer for our children's health and their future. In addition, studies have shown that guaranteed income provides huge benefits to low-income families and children. The Solidarity budget includes an additional $2.3 million for a guaranteed income pilot program so people can afford childcare, food, and more basics. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nate Ondal, followed by Elena Perez. Nate.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Nate Ondal. I am the lead organizer with the Musicians Association of Seattle, Local 76493, and I'm the chair of the Economic Development Subcommittee for the Seattle Music Commission. I'm here in support of the proviso funding for the creative industry position in OED. Just to sort of paraphrase a good friend and colleague of mine, Reese Tanamura, we need a leader in the arts right now. There have been many efforts to sort of find a leader that we have been forced to pause, and this proviso definitely, we feel, puts us back on track and will be a huge help as we look to be a big part of the recovery going forward. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Elena, followed by Joe Riley. Good evening, Elena. *6, Elena. There we go.
Good evening, council members. I'm Elena Perez with Puget Sound Sage, urging you to protect our Jumpstart progressive revenue and direct that funding to the original spending plan, which included many community-driven priorities like the EDI and Green New Deal. Alongside our partners and coalitions like South Core and the Solidarity Budget, we at Sage fought hard for Jumpstart and progressive revenues because we know that police violence, the climate crisis, the COVID pandemic, and resulting job losses do not impact equally. It is Seattle's Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, low-income workers, immigrants and refugees, disabled workers, and other marginalized individuals who are hit hardest. Jumpstart passed overwhelmingly with spending priorities that were shaped by these impacted individuals and communities. We urge you to remain firm and committed to fully funding Jumpstart's original spending plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe, followed by Jordan Goldwar. Joe?
Hi, good evening, Council.
Hi.
My name is,
Go ahead.
yes, hi. Hi, my name is Joe Riley. I'm a first-fill renter, and besides recommending you maintain the Center City streetcar funding, I'm testifying in support of funding the citywide integrated transportation plan to identify light rail corridors. First Hill is one of the densest neighborhoods north of San Francisco, with major medical centers, but lacks a critically needed light rail station. First Hill medical staff can only ride Northgate Link light rail to Capitol Hill before facing a 15-minute uphill walk. In fact, more than half of all of Seattle's urban villages and places like Belltown and Denny Triangle will never have light rail and will only add cars to the road unless the city plans for more light rail. 76% of Seattle wants a Sound Transit 4, and it's worth remembering that every light rail package is equally an affordable housing package when Sound Transit transfers land to affordable housing at no cost. No other amendment today hits as many future policy birds with one stone as this, so if Council Members Juarez, Herbold, and Sawant would please consider joining your 6 other colleagues and add your name and sponsorship to S.004B001.
Thank you very much. Jordan, followed by Rachel Schaefer. Good evening, Jordan.
Hi, my name is Jordan Goldwarg, and I'm a resident of District 4, and I serve on the city's Domestic Worker Standards Board. I'm here tonight to request two things of the council. One, to maintain the $500,000 that is currently included in the mayor's budget to help implement the recommendations of the Domestic Worker Standards Board. And two, to adopt the budget resolution that would mandate the creation of a portable paid time off benefit for domestic workers. It's been over 2 years since the city's groundbreaking domestic workers ordinance was passed, and despite much progress made, there's still much to do to protect the rights and dignity of domestic workers in our city. To accomplish these goals, I ask the council to commit to maintaining the $500,000 that is currently included in the budget. In addition, I urge council to pass the budget resolution concerning portable paid time off. I am an employer of a house cleaner, and I'm willing to pay for portable PTO for domestic workers. I also support the mandate in the resolution that says employers will pay for this benefit, because relying on employers to voluntarily provide this benefit will not be effective. Thank you for valuing the essential work that domestic workers do.
Thank you, Rachel, followed by Adriana Monroy. Excuse me. Rachel, good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rachel Schaefer, speaking for Cascade Bicycle Club. We are really glad to see that so many amendments addressing safety and Vision Zero are moving forward in this year's budget. As you've already heard many times this budget season, we're not moving in the right direction on our Vision Zero goals, and data shows that more people will die this year walking and biking on Seattle streets than any year since 2006. This is an equity issue since people and their families experiencing traffic violence are disproportionately low-income and BIPOC individuals. So maintaining the community-created spending plan for the VLF fund and the increase in the commercial parking tax are both essential to Vision Zero's success. So thank you to all the council members who sponsored, co-sponsored, and made sure to include both of these in the balancing package. While we're grateful to see an increase in these investments for the coming year, they do still represent the bare minimum to turn around this trend of serious injuries and fatalities on our streets. So we must commit to these funding sources and additional ones in the future, because we can't nickel and dime our way to safe streets for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to Adriana, I want to note for the record that Inez Gonzalez, Emily Pena Zaira Sos, and Matthew Lauder are all listed as not present, but you were next to speak. We're going to go to Adriana Monroy. *6 to unmute. *6 to unmute, Adriana. Si hablas español, estrella 6. Estrella 6, Adriana.
6, ¿sí me oyen?
Sí, gracias. Y estamos aquí con Raúl, quien puede traducir después que hablas.
Ok.
Puedes empezar.
El centro de la raza como tutoría para mis hijos es muy importante, ya que ellos estaban muy desanimados por esto de la pandemia, y esto ha sido como un aliciente para seguir queriendo llegar a sus metas, sus propósitos en cuanto a los estudios. Es muy importante para nosotros tener esos recursos y contar con ellos, ya que por lo que uno no habla bien el idioma de este país, ellos se han atrasado bastante, se han sentido rezagados, y contar con ese apoyo después de la escuela es muy importante para ellos. Por este motivo, yo quiero que tomen mi voz en cuenta para que este programa no termine y siga teniendo los mismos recursos. Gracias.
Muy bien, gracias. Y la buena noticia es que está en este budget. Raúl, si puedes traducir, if you're able to translate.
Sí, sí. I need the tutors for my children, because it's very important, because they were very disenchanted, discouraged due to the pandemic. And this it's been like an incentive for us to continue and wanting to and striving for them to reach their goals and all their objectives, including their study, their classes. It's very important for us to have and count and have those resources due to the fact that when someone like myself, that we don't speak the language of this country, well, they themselves, they have fallen behind in school, and they feel like really slowed down their learning, and also and to be trusting on that support, it's very important for them. Now, for this given reason, I would like for and ask you to please consider and consider my voice. Yes, everything that I'm saying, that may this program not end, that is, and so that we can continue having the resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is going to be Emily Pena, followed by Paul Patu. Emily, welcome. Star 6, unmute. Perfect.
Thank you. Hello, council members. My name is Emily Pena, and I'm the Meals Partnership Coalition Program Manager. MPC supports the full Seattle Human Services Coalition recommendations, and we're excited to see that HSD 005 has not only been included in the most recent budget draft, but has been increased to fund current levels of emergency food programs for 9 months in 2020 until backfill funding arrives through the Department of Agriculture. Thank you to Councilmember Herbold for sponsoring this amendment, and to co-sponsor Councilmembers Morales, Councilmember Juarez, and Councilmember Pedersen for supporting this amendment. I urge the rest of council members to support this amendment. Demand for meals continues to stay high, and meeting this basic need is imperative. By having agencies that specialize in meal prep create meals for our community, we know they will be nutritionally dense and culturally appropriate for the various sites they are created for. So staff at those sites can continue to provide other necessary services they are experts in, instead of focusing on cooking. Keeping our most vulnerable community members fed is the least we can do, and it is imperative that as a city we demand the right for nutritionally dense meals for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul, good evening.
Hello, my name is Paul Patu with Urban Family, and also a longtime resident community member in Seattle. I'm here to advocate for the continued funding for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative and the 2022 budget amendment to the tune of $4 million. The Seattle Community Safety Initiative is a community-led alternative solution for public safety that has hired, trained, developed, and deployed several community safety teams throughout Southeast Seattle, the Central District, and West Seattle to increase public safety, with an emphasis on serving BIPOC communities. We have had modest yet promising results in our first year and need the city to continue the course by investing and believing in community-led solutions for public safety. I'd like to thank Councilmember Herbold, Councilmember Morales, and Councilmember Lewis for your support on this initiative. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I just want to note for folks on the list to testify, we're at number 25 out of 276. Continuing number 25, Jake Thornes, followed by Radi Makobadei. Excuse me about pronunciation there. Please go ahead, Jake.
Hello, my name is Jake Banas. I use he, him pronouns. I live in District 2. I'm a grad student at the UW Evans School, and I'm a current intern at the Duwamish Tribal Services. I'm calling in support of the Solidarity budget and ask that the council not take anything from the $10.9 million that will support social services and community development. This investment in the health and well-being of the most impacted community includes 2 amendments that will positively impact the Duwamish tribe. One, to invest in Indigenous-led sustainability upgrades to the Duwamish Longhouse and Cultural Center, and the other to expand mental and behavioral health care services to provide addiction rehabilitation and treatment programs for members of the Duwamish tribe, their immediate families, and their extended families. Addiction and mental health issues affect the whole family, not just individuals themselves. This amendment invests in Seattle's Duwamish community and ensures our tribal members have equitable access to adequate mental and behavioral health services that will allow Duwamish Tribal Services to manage, arrange, comprehensive.
Thank you very much. Please do send in the rest of your comments. Rendihi, followed by Hans Fink. Good evening.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Reedy Mukopade. I'm an attorney with the Sexual Violence Law Center, where we provide free holistic legal assistance and representation to survivors of sexual violence and stalking in a number of legal areas, which are housing, employment, immigration, and other legal proceedings. I'm asking you to support Amendment HSC 019B to maintain, if not increase, funding for survivor-driven advocacy. Funding for programs even before COVID were not adequate to meet the acute and complex needs of survivors, and that need has certainly intensified over the past year, especially for BIPOC survivors, LGBTQ survivors, and survivors experiencing systemic barriers. And gender-based violence programs like mine have experienced a significant uptick in the need for services. At the beginning of 2020, in the first 3 months, our attorneys served 82 survivors. This year, in the same 3-month period, we served 239 survivors, and the needs continue to increase. This funding is critical, and I urge you to vote in support of survivor access to services.
Thank you. Hans Fink, followed by David Himes. Hans? Hans, you might be unmuted. You might be on mute on your own phone. Can you double check?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling because it's time for law and order. I don't feel safe anymore in this city, and our businesses are failing because of the crazy proposals by others in there, and we need real law and order. What's happening is there's dangerous people on the streets, and the city council is allocating way too much funding. In fact, 26 times the funding what they would need to address climate justice. These dangerous people walk the streets with guns and badges, and they go indiscriminately, often harassing and killing innocent BIPOC people. They are the Seattle police, and they're receiving an extra $10 million. $10 million that they will just be a slush fund, and that's $10 million that could be used towards supporting a Green New Deal and child care and support for the Duwamish mental health services as well. Time.
You have a few more seconds.
So that's why we need to transition with the $13 million and not spend this ridiculous amount of money and a true law and order to protect people from climate injustices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. David, followed by Tiara Dearborn. David, good evening.
Thank you. City Council, I live in District 7, Pioneer Square, overrun by criminals and wackazoids and wicketoids that are like scaring people. Anyway, the city council refuses to solve the homeless crisis of all these people unnecessarily suffering. There is $70 million of COVID federal Clipper funds available right now to solve the homeless crisis. Why does city council want to redirect federal money again away from solving the actual homeless crisis to vote buying projects that don't solve the homeless crisis? City council managed to pay off the George Floyd protesters with about $84 million and managed to buy off the homeless industrial complex that finances council's reelection apparatus and all the activists who show up at city council public comment, saturating the narrative and censoring and monopolizing their demands for money. We need city council to use the COVID federal Clipper funds and solve the homeless crisis right now. The second winter of unavailable shelter, plus the public safety crisis down in my neighborhood in Pioneer Square requires police overtime to be.
Thank you. Tiara, followed by Doug Ito. Tiara, good evening.
Hi, my name is Tiara Dearborn. I am Seattle King County LEAD Program Director. I'd like to thank the Council and Budget Chair for restoring LEAD's current level of funding and for a modest increase during a very difficult budget year. We will work very hard to equitably distribute services to communities who need it the most, and we will remain prepared to further scale up LEAD should more resources be found either during this budget process or next year. For now, thank you for all of your hard work. I will add, as an enrolled member of the Klamath tribes of Yahuskan Paiute origin, I share my support of funding all of the needs of the Duwamish people as outlined by Duwamish tribal leadership. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Doug, followed by Khalil Baldwin. Good evening, Doug. Doug, just hit *6, please. *6, Doug. Khalil, we will tee you up to speak as well. Khalil will be followed by Chantel Patu. Hi, Doug. Please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Doug Ito, and I'm going to be commenting on SLI on design review. I'd like to thank the council for listening to what I'm going to say. The Seattle design process is broken, and it's time to fix it. We urge City Council to fund SDCI to evaluate Seattle's design review program and its impacts on close coordination with diverse organizational and community stakeholders. Architects are the people who understand what works and what doesn't work in the system and why. They should be at the table to help make sure that the citizens get what they deserve, a well-designed and beautiful city. The evaluation should make the process more inclusive, effective, consistent, and predictable. The evaluation should also look at retraining staff so that the old bad habits don't continue to carry on. Talk without action is meaningless. This evaluation should lead to real legislation and administrative changes in 2022.
Thank you.
The design review has become a tool that is used by neighbors and landowners who are against the density of the broader community and city goals.
So sorry, Doug. Thank you very much. Khalil, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kylia Baldwin with Puget Sound Sage and resident of District 1. I'm calling in support of the Solidarity Budget's demand to deepen cuts to SPD and the City Attorney's Office and invest $750,000 for child care assistance to any child care provider. Our city has grown exponentially over the past decades and in ways we hadn't expected, but our city's resources have not adapted to community needs for progressive infrastructure. Instead, our city has continued to bloat the police department and prosecutor's office budgets rather than investing in actual support systems for our most vulnerable residents or even the majority of residents. We know that police and prosecutors do not equate public health and safety. It's time to put those dollars into programs that actually meet community needs, like child care for all. Like so many poor families and single parents, my mom had to quit her job 20 years ago and start working as a child care worker in order to access child care for me and my sister. She continues to work in child care to this day, earning barely over minimum wage. Instead of overfunding policing, recognize child care as essential infrastructure and invest in increased child care subsidies and funding for caregivers to make child care accessible.
Thank you very much. Chantel, followed by Stephen Roberts. Good evening, Chantel.
Good evening. My name is Chantel Patu. I'm with Urban Family. I am a member of the Seattle Community Safety Initiative, and I too am a long-term community member of Seattle. I'm here to advocate for continued funding for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative for the 2022 budget amendment. SCSI needs more time as an initiative to develop and gather data that will substantiate and contribute to the success of our work. 1 year simply isn't adequate, nor does it provide the means to be efficient nor effective. I urge you to consider including the Seattle Community Safety Initiative in our 2022 City of Seattle budget amendment. Our BIPOC communities need safety representatives. Just as the old adage states, what you do for me, but without me, you do to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could send that information over, that would be great. We only have the opportunity to fund 12 months at a time for the calendar year budget. So look forward to hearing more about the proposal and where there might be gaps in the 12 months ahead of us. Stephen, followed by Bill Hackett. Good evening, Stephen.
Good evening, hey Council. I'm Stephen Roberts. I live in District 3, Capitol Hill. I've lived here for 2 years, and I've seen that the homelessness crisis is getting worse and worse. I think housing is a human right. A lot of the people who live around here live near open homes that are luxury apartments built for essentially tech employees. I think a lot of this budget should be angled towards helping people get off the streets. A lot of the common sense $10.9 million cuts to the SPD budget that have been slashed should probably be put back into the budget. The SPD's funding is kind of out of whack with the needs of the city. In addition, transportation is a huge problem. I think the city needs more transportation to meet the rising incoming numbers of people. The streets are kind of becoming overrun by cars when cars should be guests in the streets and people should be put first. I think the budget money going towards transit, rolling, biking, walking are all common sense things that should be kept in the budget and focused on instead of policing. I yield the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Reverend Hackett, you are listed as not present. I'm going to go to Andra Lemon, followed by Giselle Lopez. Good evening, Andra. Star 6, there we go. And you might be muted on your own phone.
Sure am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, Council. My name is Audra Lehman, and I'm the Director of Workforce Development at Youth Care. I'm calling in tonight to thank you for your support of educational and employment training for the young people we serve, and to reiterate the importance of this work. As you know, we offer multiple programs focused on ensuring that the young people served by Youth Care have both the access and the skills needed to retain living wage careers in our extremely expensive city. Programs like our customer service and barista training program partner with employers to not only create pathways into entry-level employment, but also to sustain and retain these young people in their new jobs. Programs like our pre-apprenticeship youth build program prepare young people for careers in the trades, and we are building new partnerships and entry pathways with unions and contractors as the current workforce retires, but the projects keep coming. We appreciate your continued support of Youth Care and of the amazingly gifted, creative, strong, and beloved young people that we serve. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Giselle, followed by Michael Whitmark. Good evening, Giselle.
Good evening. My name is Giselle Lopez, and I'm a staff attorney of the nonprofit Kids in Need of Defense, its Seattle office. We've been serving unaccompanied immigrant children who migrate alone and come to Washington since 2004. I respectfully request approval of the budget amendment for the LDN Immigration Legal Services. King County is seeing unprecedented numbers of unaccompanied children, with about a 200% increase from 2020. Yet we have a long wait list of children needing attorneys. These children deserve protection and due process. They're not guaranteed attorneys in immigration court proceedings. And many of our clients are from communities of color, low income, and in unstable housing situations, meaning that they have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. Immigration relief is key to qualifying for baseline services and recovery from the pandemic. And also thanks to Council, and especially Council members Gonzalez, Mosqueda, and Morales for supporting unaccompanied children and their families in Seattle. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for your advocacy. Very happy that the Legal Defense Network is fully funded from the request of Councilmember Gonzalez in the budget. Michael, good evening, followed by Shamir Tana.
Good evening, Council. I'm Michael Wilmarth, and I'm a renter in District 3. It's difficult to voice my support for all the things in 60 seconds, but I'm going to do my best. I'm calling this evening to voice emphatic support for all of the Solidarity budget amendments, particularly the shrinking of SPD's budget by $10.9 million, and I urge the Council to seriously consider cutting it even more. The Mayor's conflation of policing with public safety is absurd, and I hope Council members remember the commitments they made in support of Black Lives last summer. Talk is cheap. The myriad crises facing our city are intertwined, systemic, and far too often predictable outcomes of policy decisions made to benefit a privileged few. It's unconscionable, for instance, that our city spends 26 times more on policing than it does on climate mitigating policy like Seattle's Green New Deal. This is a choice. Please put people and community over profits in police. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thanks for calling in. Shamir, you are going to be followed by Liz Hussar. Good evening, Shamir. Star 6 to unmute. Shamir, Star 6 to unmute. Y si hablas español, estrella 6. Let's go ahead and tee up Liz. Liz will be followed by Julia Buck. Shamir, I'll still watch to see if you come unmuted. And in the meantime, we're going to see if Liz, if you can hit Star 6 to unmute. There we go.
Hi, good evening, Council members. This is Liz Weisar, Youth Programs Manager at El Centro de la Raza. I'm here to show my support for the $2 million allocation for after-school programming that would be granted to Deal. As you have heard from some family and staff members already, this program has an immense impact, and it is intergenerational and crucial to the upward mobility for the folks that we're serving. I want to share a brief story about the impact our program has. And you can hear my daughter in the background. During the summer of 2018, we welcomed a new cohort of middle school students at El Centro de la Raza. In total, 20 young Latinas who had just completed 5th grade looked wide-eyed at us, ready for the new world that awaited them. We shared with their families the academic support we would offer, the cultural activities, and the field trips. But really what stood out the most was their shocked faces when we told them it was a cell phone-free zone. Our youth understood they were being to enter a world of independence, and we have been with them since 2018. A lot of them are now in high school and still come back and tell us about what they're experiencing and what they're hoping.
Thank you so much. Please send the rest of your comments in. Shamir, we see you unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Shamir Tana, District 7, a member of Amazon Employees for Climate Justice. I strongly support all of the Solidarity budget amendments in the balancing package, including reducing SPD's budget by $10.9 million. And frankly, we need much more. There has to be options other than cops because they center violent behavior and don't keep communities safe. Solidarity budget has multiple areas which need to be implemented. I'm highlighting two. First, on the courts and city attorney's office. Do not grow the system. We need to support the amendments to ensure that their office budget does not grow, that vacant positions are eliminated, and reporting provisos are put in place. Two, the demand for environmental justice and implementation of the Green New Deal, which needs measures including transitioning Seattle homes off of oil eat. Solidarity budget is a collective call and a plan from communities centered on the needs of the most marginalized, vulnerable Seattle residents. It has to be this council's highest priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia will be followed by Sadie Scott Hobson. Julia.
Hello, Council. My name is Julia Buck, and I'm a homeowner in District 6. I am calling in support of the Solidarity budget, and in particular, I'd like to express my support for the Solidarity budget recommendations for targeted student loan forgiveness for educators and the anti-displacement fund for BIPOC educators. I have numerous friends who work in education, and many of them have been forced to move across the lake, outside of Seattle, up north to Everett, because the city has become increasingly unaffordable. It is valuable to have teachers who live in the communities where they teach, and I worry that we risk losing these educators. Seattle schools are in fact closing on Friday as sort of an unforeseen consequence of, I'd also like to support the public bathrooms measure and suggest that at least one of those public bathrooms be named the Jenny Birkin Archive. Thank you.
Thank you. Sadie, followed by Camille Baldwin Bonnie. Good evening, Sadie.
Hello. Hello, I am a college student from District 5. I'm calling in support of all the Solidarity budget amendments in the balancing package, including shrinking SPD's budget by $10.9 million. I support any and all possible cuts to SPD's budget and the redistribution of that funding towards community services that would help to provide housing, childcare, and food support, access to transportation, and many more services to people who need them. Additionally, funding for services that would support Indigenous sovereignty and help to combat the environmental crisis are crucial as well. I urge the Council to keep their past promises about defunding the police and move towards real public safety for Seattle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Camille, followed by Cheryl Hendrick. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Camille, and I'm a resident of District 5 and calling to support the Solidarity budget. I want to commend the City Council on a balanced budget that would invest in community safety initiatives, restorative justice, diversion programs, response to gender-based violence, alternate 911 responses, and behavioral health funding. However, there's a huge gap, a lack of mental health crisis response commensurate with the needs of Seattle residents. This creates a gap in public safety, leaves Seattle residents without options, and puts them in danger, as we know the chances of experienced police violence increase significantly for those experiencing a mental health emergency. Additionally, funding for housing has been pitted against equitable public safety needs. It is imperative that the Jumpstart funding is preserved, and at the same time that funding for housing is not pitted against funding for participatory budgeting and other much needed priorities such as the Equitable Communities Initiative. I want to urge the Council to continue toward the goal of meeting all the demands of the Solidarity budget.
Thank you. And Cheryl Hendrick, you're still listed as not present. Moving to Holly Towns, followed by Emily Cunningham. Hello, Holly.
Hello, yes, it's Holly Towns. I'm a 40-year resident of Seattle and a climate advocate. I wanted to thank you for funding the Integrated City Transportation Plan. This will have a concrete impact on climate. However, I am really disappointed with the budget, and it does not reflect a deep and driving desire to meet Seattle's 2030 climate goals. Each year we postpone action makes the situation increasingly precarious and unhealthy for all. Remember the heat wave and the smoke? And we only have 8 years to really turn this around. My children and most young people are very discouraged about their future. You have the power to increase funding for programs that will have an immediate and direct impact on our greenhouse gas emissions, such as low-income home oil to electric heat conversion. You can listen for the most vulnerable while stepping up to really meet our climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps lost in the presentation today was the over $14 million in Green New Deal investments, the conversion of libraries to cooling centers as we work on creating $192 million in affordable housing so that we can create greater density in the city. So I look forward to talking more. Thanks so much. Sharon Hemmel, followed by Peter Ireland. Emily, if you're still unmuted, please go ahead.
Oh, hi, my name is Emily Cunningham. I'm a member of Amazon Employees for Climate Justice, and I live in District 3. I'm calling today in support of all of the amendments to the Solidarity budget. I support its commitment to divesting from policing to remove barriers to public safety and health. I support the $10.9 million cut to SPD in the balancing package. This is the bare minimum. True justice requires much, much more. I support any amendments to ensure that vacant positions in SPD are eliminated, the City Attorney's Office budget does not grow, and that reporting provisions are put in place. I support the Solidarity budget and their recommendations for investments to honor the Duwamish people, past and present, and the land itself. I support the Solidarity demands for environmental justice and a Green New Deal that adequately addresses the scale of the climate crisis. The mayor's proposed budget fails to address the safety needs of Seattle by neglecting the scale of the climate crisis and instead continues to overinvest in a failed system of policing, with $26 spent on policing over every $1 spent.
Thank you. Sharon, followed by Peter Ireland. Hi, Sharon.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sharon Hamill, and I am a 30-year resident in District Number 2. I'm also a member of the Seattle Public Library Foundation, and I just want to thank the council for investing in the library. You know, Seattle Public Library is sort of a cornerstone of our community fabric, and we really appreciate your assistance in addressing its funding needs and encouraging the library to assist our community through engagement, learning, and support of all of Seattle residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Peter, followed by Jason Walsh. Hi, Peter. *6. There we go.
Hi, my name is Peter. I live in District 2. I'm calling in support of the Solidarity budget. I am appreciative of City Council's plans to cut $10.9 million from the bloated SPD budget and to invest in some of the priorities of the Solidarity budget, including funding for restorative justice programs and affordable housing. I do realize Council is getting criticism for reducing the police budget, and there are complaints about slow 911 response times. However, as we know, the number of police responding to 911 calls has not changed. So however much SPD would like to blame City Council for their own delays, we know this is not the case. I would like to call on Council to invest more significantly in improving alternative responses for mental health emergencies. I would urge you to go beyond the minimal investment of simply developing an implementation plan and to instead fully fund an alternative response. This is something that's been talked about for years without meaningful action. So I would urge you to take action this budget cycle to make it happen. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Jason, followed by Marisol Ruiz. Good evening, Jason.
Evening, my name is Jason Hehem, and I'm a renter in District 4. I'm speaking today in support of the Solidarity budget and its commitment to addressing the crises of housing affordability and homelessness, while also calling for investment in improving walking, rolling, biking, and transit in our city. Housing insecurity and transportation are both social determinants of health, with cascading effects on short and long-term health outcomes. We need housing, not sweeps, and we need this council to act now to stand with our unhoused family members. That will require $45 million allocated for a social housing acquisition program, and that $30 million is directed towards the Equitable Development Initiative. I also urge council to place a proviso on the Magnolia Bridge to to study and ensure that design work must incorporate the city's climate and affordability goals. These are just a few of the absolute essentials that the Solidarity budget will address, and I urge you to stand in solidarity with the people and adopt the budget and be part of the work to create a more equitable Seattle. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Marisol, buenas noches. Si puedes empezar.
Sí, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Adelante. Bueno, hi. Mi nombre es Marisol Ruiz y estoy aquí representando a mis compañeros y compañeras para pedir que se destine o se otorgue el dinero del presupuesto para trabajadores y trabajadoras domésticas, ya que nos ayudará por los beneficios portables que estamos luchando. Esto beneficiará a todas mis compañeras de la industria, compañeros y compañeras de la industria de trabajadores domésticos, ya que servirá porque muchos en este tiempo que tuvimos que pasar por el COVID y lo de la pandemia, muchos ni siquiera tenían ningún beneficio, fueron despedidas injustificadamente y sufrieron muchos problemas económicos para pagar sus rentas y para poder sobrevivir durante este tiempo, ya que no teníamos ningún beneficio. Nos afectó mucho física y mentalmente. Es por ese motivo que estamos aquí para apoyar el presupuesto económico, ya que como trabajadores somos esenciales durante este tiempo. Gracias.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Ron.
Yes, good evening. This is Marisol Ruiz. I am here. I'm representing my colleagues, both male and female. We're asking that they assign or they destine, that they assign the money from the budget directed towards domestic workers, male and female, due to the fact that it would help us. It would help us with our benefits, and for all these benefits that are so important that we're fighting, struggling for. This will benefit all of my colleagues, both male and female, from this industry of ours. They're partners, both of them, both male and female partners, and for domestic workers. All this will act as and will help as, because due to this hard times that all of us have been living through, of course provoked because of the COVID-19. And then some of my colleagues did not even rely, they did not even have any type of benefits, and some of them were even dismissed. They were fired unjustifiably so. And I would say a lot of my partners, they have suffered. They have suffered the crisis, the economic crisis that they have been going through, like to pay for their rent and to be able to survive this crisis time. Due to the fact, then again, we did not have any benefits to rely on during all this period. It really affected us physically, spiritually, and that's the reason that we are here present, so that we can support that economic budget, and due to the fact that us as workers, we represent a group of people that are essential for this type of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gracias, Marisol. The next three speakers are Alexis, Sylvia, Robin Briggs, and Bob Finlay. Good evening, Alexis.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Alexis Silva, and I'm on the Community Engagement Team for Youth Care, and I'm calling to thank you for your generous support of Youth Care's engagement centers and the proposed balancing package. I see the power of our engagement centers every day. These are places where young people can come and get their health care needs met, educational needs, mental health services, and get their basic needs met, whether that's a hot meal, a shower, or a place to just exist. We've seen extreme challenges due to COVID, places where you can go like coffee shop lobbies, libraries, schools, all of a sudden were no longer a viable option. and our staff have been extremely stretched thin and responsible for taking over and providing youth with over 24 hours worth of care 7 days a week. We have been fighting these challenges, and we have shown great resiliency with both our youth and our frontline workers, and they've really shown through. So we thank you so much for providing this support, and we continue to build a bright future for our clients and our staff and the city in the upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robin, followed by Bob Finlay. And Robin, just *6 to unmute.
Hello, Council. Thank you for including the Integrated City Transportation Plan in the budget. I think that will help us to plan a quality transit system that will reach everyone. Please keep the Green New Deal funding in the budget, but I am disappointed that it does not do more to fund greenhouse gas reductions. We have 8 years between now and 2030, and we need to make significant progress every single year. What kind of life are we setting our children up for? What kind of lives are we ourselves going to have? We have the resources, public and private, to make sizable reductions and meet our goals. You didn't get us into this mess, but you are the people we elected to figure out how to get out. Please reflect on what Seattle has done this year and whether you think that is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, followed by Julie Boana. Good evening, Bob.
Thank you, Council. Bob Findley. I use they, he pronouns. I'm from District 2. I'd like to take this opportunity to support the Seattle Solidarity budget, in particular, the provisions for truly equitable public safety. I do just want to say that every dollar towards SPD goes towards an organization that is still under a consent decree, which is to say, since 2012, for almost a decade, cannot operate within the law, and as recently as 2019 attempted to get out from under that decree and was told, no, you still don't operate within the law. I'd like to point out, everyone's talking about the solidarity budget. I'd also like to point out the IDT team study, the interdepartmental team study, that shows that this is our tax dollars were funded this study, that multiple government agencies said more than 50% of calls can be turned over safely to other agencies, to community-led agencies. Thank you for your time, Council.
Excuse me. Thank you so much for calling in, Julie, followed by Kayla Jackson.
Hello, my name is Julie Buona, and I am a resident of District 3 and a part of the Seattle Group for Police Accountability. I'm calling today to express my support for the Solidarity budget and the $10.9 million cuts to SPD. Last year, most of the council members here committed to defunding SPD by 50%. This is your time to honor that commitment. The last year and a half have made very clear that community safety is not police or prisons. It's housing, it's food security, it's mental health care, it's indigenous sovereignty, it's climate justice. Do not mistake last week's election as a mandate against defunding the police. This election makes clear that the tide is changing and we are getting closer to creating a city where everyone can thrive. Listen to us and honor your commitment to defunding the police. $10.9 million is the bare minimum, but it is necessary. I urge you to make deeper cuts to policing, courts, and the city attorney's office. We need to see some amendments for oversight and to shrink the city attorney's office as much as possible ahead of a Trump Republican taking over. It's far past time for a change, and Solidarity budget is that change. Divest in harm, invest in community. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Kayla speaks, I just want to note the following 4 people are listed to speak but are not present right now: China Bunle, Sandra Alvarez, Darlene Bryant, and Martin Spotted Bear. Please go ahead, Kayla.
Hi, my name is Kayla Jackson. I live in District 5, and I'm a program manager with Puget Sound Sage working on equitable development issues. I'm calling to let you know that I support the Solidarity budget amendments and the balancing package, along with many others who have called, and which includes shrinking the FPD's bloated budget by $10.9 million. I want options for someone to call other than the cops because they don't make my family feel safe. And I want Seattle to build safety and resilience by investing in our BIPOC communities. The mayor's proposed budget fails to address the needs of Seattle by neglecting the scale of the climate crisis and instead continuing to overinvest in a failed system of policing, with $26 spent on policing for every $1 spent on Seattle's Green New Deal. I'm also calling in today to support the Seattle Solidarity Budget's commitment to addressing the dual crisis of housing affordability and homelessness, which includes $30 million for the Equitable Development Initiative, which I believe will support community ownership and community-driven solutions to housing crisis.
Excellent. Thanks for calling in. Tracy, followed by Bob Williamson. Good evening, Tracy Williams. *6 to unmute. Thank you. Oh, you just hit it again. One more time, please. *6. Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tracy Williams. I'm a former resident at True Hope Village, and I stayed there for 6 months, and I'm now in my permanent housing. And I just want to thank you guys for all the fundings that you guys gave us to help us. And I just want to say that we need more tiny houses like this to get the homeless people off the streets, because there's a lot of homeless people on the streets, and I don't want to see anyone pass away this year because I've been out in the cold, and we do need more funding for tiny houses. So if we can just get more help with getting people off the streets in tiny houses, that would be wonderful. Or get hotels, something where people can get off the streets. I'm formerly a homeless person, but now I have my permanent housing with Low Income Housing Institute.
Thank you so much, Tracy, for calling in. Bob, please go ahead. Bob, *6 to unmute, please. There we go.
Are we there?
Yeah, we can.
My name is Bob Williamson. Okay, my name is Bob Williamson, Vietnam veteran. I formerly lived at the Inner Bay Tiny House Village, and I was there from November of 17 all the way till the first of this year. And I want to say the tiny house villages are what you guys need to keep building, and you keep working on those, because they really did help me a lot. I mean, I was on the verge of just about committing suicide because the homeless situation out here in these downtown shelters are a joke. You have to leave every morning with everything you own, and you try to go into a full-time job, carrying everything you own with you every day, and it just gets old. You have no dignity. I mean, my situation was I was working late at night, getting out at 2 in the morning, and I had no place to sleep during the daytime. So they kicked you out of those indoor shelters. They kick you out at 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and you have nowhere to go. So I would say keep investing in tiny homes. It helps. Because I'm in permanent housing now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darlene and Kayla. You're still listed as not present. Martin, Spotted Bear, followed by Vendra Duravak. Good evening, Martin.
Hi, my name is Martin Spotted Bear. I'm from Browning, Montana. I grew up on the Blackfeet Reservation. I moved to Seattle to get clean after struggling with addiction for many years. My brother and cousin, they both work at the Choose Seattle Club, and they connected me to King's Inn, the club's hotel shelter in downtown Seattle. After settling into a room, I checked into Valley Cities and completed a 28-day treatment program. It was really hard to live at King's Inn since it's a low-barrier facility where people openly use drugs and are drinking everywhere. So I moved into an apartment but couldn't pay rent, so now I'm living and working at Eagle Village. I ask that you please support Choose Seattle's request to create a 15-bed clean and sober shelter in Soto. It would be invaluable resources for me and hundreds of other Native people trying to get and stay clean. Thank you. Brother and cousin, they both.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, Vendrana. Good evening, followed by Petra Kalendaris.
Hi, good evening, council members. This is Vedrana Durakovic with Sound Generations, and tonight I'm speaking in support of HSC 011 funding for the East African Senior Center, as well as HSC 007 amendment, the one-time general fund dollars for HSC to contract with a nonprofit for a hybrid meal delivery program for seniors. The East African Senior Center funding of only $130K would really go a long way to serve a community hard hit by COVID-19, systemic racism and discrimination, and a community that has been asking for more services and support for many years. It is long overdue that we prioritize our East African elders and enable them to thrive and age with dignity. The hybrid meal program is also a modest ask, yet its impact would be large, as it would deliver a much-needed service to the most vulnerable and tackle inequities in food access. Food insecurity among seniors at an all-time high, so being able to deliver nutritious fresh meals would be really improve the lives of many. So thank you for your time and for support.
Thank you very much. Petra, you are up next. Star 6. Petra's followed by Sean Blackwell and Jasara Schroeder. Petra, you're still on mute. Star 6 to unmute. There we go.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. My name is Petra Kulindres, and I'm with Seattle Indian Health Board. I'm asking Seattle City Council to support our produce prescription pilot, our Thunderbird Treatment Center Community Participatory Design Survey, and our Lake City Clinic expansion. We're asking for a request of $500,000 to launch a culturally attuned produce prescription pilot. As a dietitian, this is near and dear to my heart. This prescription pilot will address food insecurity to prevent chronic diseases among BIPOC communities, and will be able to support 400 households over a 12-month period to make sure they're getting the nutrition that they need. Also, our Thunderbird Treatment Center is requesting $200,000 to conduct a community participatory design survey to aid the pre-architectural design process for Thunderbird Treatment Centers. This Thunderbird Treatment Center will address gaps for culturally specific inpatient behavioral health. And our Lake City expansion, we're requesting $100,000 in the supplemental budget for the Lake City. We also would like to urge the council to include funding for Chief Seattle's Club's Clean and Sober Housing in SoDo and funding.
Thank you very much. Please send in the rest of your comments. Sean, star 6 to unmute, followed by Jasara Schroeder. Sean, star 6 to unmute. There we go.
Good evening. My name is Sean Blackwell, and I work for LEAD as a project manager. LEAD is sincerely appreciative of the council's support during such a challenging moment. Thank you. LEAD is an evidence-based public safety, public health framework which includes operationalized channels of communication and coordination between, first and foremost, the community itself and a network of community providers and first responders. We need everyone at the table to win this fight against this public health crisis. With the support of the council, the LEAD framework will continue diverting individuals with behavioral health challenges out of the criminal legal system into wraparound case management services and into housing. This evidence-based alternative approach, this framework, is perhaps the best approach the community can provide to help the true blood population, which will never be served by the current cycle of arrest and release that happens every day. Again, I thank the council for its continued support.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Jasara, you are followed by Dennis Sills. Jasara, star 6 on you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Hi, good evening. My name is Jasara Schroeder, and I'm currently staying at SHARE's Tent City 3, and I want to speak on homelessness. I want to state that SHARE supports the People's Budget and the Solidarity Budget. SHARE's organizational focus is expanding democratic, self-managed, community-based tiny house villages and encampments. With how many homeless are currently on the street, SHARE and we are also eager to start a new tiny house village or encampment to help people out in 2022. For the 2021 budget, the City Council set aside $800,000 for community-based tiny house villages and encampments. It was greatly appreciated, and I'd also like to ask the Council to set aside another $800,000 for the same purpose, with a proviso that the money can only be spent on this stated purpose. Because of that 2021 decision, SHARE was able to get HSC to release funding for Tent C3 in Nicholsville. That was the first time Tent C3 at least to receive any money from the city, and was around for 20 years, and this city is also our home. So thank you so much for the previous funding. Please continue your support, and thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Dennis, followed by BJ last.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Sills, and I work at Plymouth Housing, a permanent supportive housing provider that houses more than 1,200 chronically homeless individuals in our region. Plymouth supports the balancing package that ensures that ongoing jumpstart investments in affordable housing are protected. Plymouth also thanks Chair Mosqueda for introducing and Council for considering appropriating $4.4 million of the CLFRF support services for new residents at new permanent supportive housing projects set to open in coming months. We're also grateful for that the proposed budget includes a $5.3 million one-time increase to be distributed proportionally to eligible contracts in 2022. This provision offered by Chair Mosqueda supports frontline housing workers who cannot work remotely and supports competitive wages to help providers find skilled workers to assist homeless populations. Plymouth submitted written comments and thanks to Council for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dennis, followed by BJ last. Oh, hello, BJ. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is BJ Last. I'm a Ballard resident and small business owner. I support all of the Solidarity budget amendments in the balancing package, including the $10.9 million reduction to SPD's budget. That reduction allowed Council to expand investments in housing, behavioral health, crisis response, food access, public bathrooms, and more. I asked Council to take additional reductions to SPD's bloated budget to fund priorities the community identified in the Solidarity budget, like building additional safe sidewalks. Sidewalks keep people safe from being hit by cars, not SPD. Sidewalks move the city closer to Vision Zero, not SPD. I live a few blocks away from an area that doesn't have sidewalks. It's not a safe area to walk in the dark, in the rain, or really any time at all. You have to walk in the street, dodging cars. I also support amendments ensuring the budget for the city attorney's office does not grow, eliminates vacant positions, and imposes reporting provisos. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to scroll up here. I want to let folks know it's 7:02. We're on caller number 68. Madam Clerk, just wondering, do I need to pause here or do we have a certain time in which you'd like to pause to take a break?
At 7:30, Council Member.
7:30. Thank you so much. We will continue on. Rodolfo, excuse me, going up the line here. Marty Jackson, followed by Penny O'Grady, and then Triana Holiday. Good evening, Marty.
Hello.
Hi, Marty. Oh, excuse me. Hi, Sarah. I didn't see you there. I apologize.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
That's okay. Yes, I'm number 67. So hi, my name is Sarah Floyd, and I'm a resident of District 7. I'm asking the Council to please include the Seattle Indian Health Board request of $500,000 to launch a culturally appropriate produce prescription pilot. This will help with nutrition security, which has obviously worsened since the pandemic, but also address the health disparities faced by both American Indian and Alaska Native community members. In addition, I support the two other requests of the Seattle Indian Health Board to increase healthcare access for American Indian and Alaska Native communities through the design process of the Thunderbird Treatment Center and by expanding their Lake City Clinic. These three projects are important for prevention and reducing disparities in health and well-being. Thank you so much to the Council for your time.
Excellent. Thanks for calling in. Now we'll go to Marty. Marty, *6 to unmute, followed by Penny O'Grady. Not seeing Marty on the screen here. Marty will be followed by Triana Holiday. Marty, looking for Marty. Excellent. Hi, Marty. *6 to unmute, please.
Hi. Hello, my name is Marty Jackson, and I'm with the Boys and Girls Club of King County, also the Safety Hub Director for the South End for Seattle Community Safety Initiative. I want to first thank the City Council members for your support in funding the Seattle Community Safety Initiative this year. I am asking for your continued support by approving 2022 budget amendment to add $4 million general fund to HSD for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative and impose a proviso. The initiative is a community-led, place-based, non-arrest approach to public safety. There have been a number of positive impacts, such as providing over 50 jobs to members of our community. Also, stronger partnerships in alignment with grassroots organizations, providing safety support to our neighborhood schools, businesses, and families, and at funerals, as well as other community events. We have also faced some challenges that we are all working through together with our community to address and find solutions. In order to do this, we need more time to continue our collective efforts in order to produce long-term collective impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Penny, followed by Triana. Penny, I apologize. Penny O'Grady.
Hi, I'm Penny. I live in District 6 and support Solidarity Budget. Last night, Councilmember Strauss hosted a town hall that made the case for growing behavioral health services and the need to scale up non-police responses like mobile crisis teams. We know what works, but social service workers are underpaid. There is a staffing crisis and insufficient funding. Meanwhile, SPD's budget oozes extra funds to pay people there is no realistic plan to hire. Their ambitious goal to hire 125 sworn officers next year still leaves an extra $19.4 million in their salary budget. More funding for pretend police won't feed, heal, or house people or keep us safe. Vacant positions should be eliminated. Thanks for the $10.9 million cut to SPD in the balancing package. I support any amendments that keep the city attorney's office budget at current size and make use of reporting provisos. Thank you, Council, for all your hard work.
Well, thank you very much, Penny. Triana, good evening. Triana is followed by Rodolfo Martinez.
Good evening, City Council and everybody. I just want to say that, you know, when we came together as a community, we saw hundreds and thousands of people hit the streets in 2020 after the murder of George Floyd. There was a large call around Black Lives Mattering, and there was a initiative and movement by City Council to really say that we need to put money toward these efforts. We need to actually invest in communities that have historically been divested from. And I am a bit concerned at some of these proposals that do not actually allow that to happen. When we think about elevating material conditions of Black families and Indigenous families, oftentimes we understand that that's going to require direct investment. I am encouraging council to hold true to the promises made to the people when everybody was in the streets, and to also not utilize Black Lives Matter as an emblem or something that was trendy, but do the work that's necessary to invest in those communities. And I support any amendments that are doing exactly that and not are not.
Thank you. The next person is Rodolfo Martinez, followed by Derek Belgrade.
Hola, mi nombre es Rodolfo Martínez. Soy padre de dos estudiantes que participan en el programa después de la escuela del Centro de la Raza. Estoy aquí para pedirles nos sigan apoyando con el programa porque motiva a nuestros hijos a tener como meta llegar a la universidad, y creo que este tipo de programas son importantes para lograr tener profesionistas exitosos. Y el Centro de la Raza es uno de ellos. Gracias y buenas noches.
Gracias, Rodolfo.
Yes, hello. This is Rodolfo Martinez. I am a father of two students. They're participating in the program after their school, after Centro de la Raza. I am here present to ask you that you continue supporting us with this program because it motivates our children and to continue full speed ahead and to reach their goals, to reach the university status. I believe that this type of programs are important so that we can, everybody can achieve and gain success. To be successful, that is, and Centro de la Raza is one of those programs. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you so much. I am going to say gracias a Rodolfo de nuevo. Derek Belgrade, followed by Christopher Anderson. Please go ahead.
Bonjour, everyone. I'm Derek Belgard, Executive Director for Chief Seattle Club. I'm an enrolled member of the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians of Oregon and Chippewa Cree from Montana. I want to thank the Council for including funding for our Longhouse at North Seattle College, which will serve more than 3,500 people each year. Today, I'm asking the Council to fund $1 million for property acquisition for clean and sober housing. We've made great strides with our low barrier shelters, but many of our relatives need culturally responsive clean and sober housing for continued healing and recovery. Funding this allows us to activate this space and begin the development for transitional housing for up to 30 of our relatives every year. Finally, we ask that you support our partner, Seattle Indian Health Board, in their produce prescription pilot, Thunderbird Treatment Center design survey, and their Lake City Clinic expansion. These projects are essential to our community and will enhance our projects and programs of the Chief Seattle Club. Chief Wick, thank you.
Excellent, wonderful to hear from you. Christopher Anderson. You are followed by Ashley Connier. Good evening, Christopher.
Good evening, Budget Council members. My name is Christopher Anderson. I'm calling from Share's Bunkhouse Shelter in District 2. Share supports both the People's Budget and the Solidarity Budget. Our organizational focus is expanding democratic, self-managed, and community tiny house villages and encampments. Besides Share and Wheels Tent City 3, we're also eager to start a new tent city or a new encampment and tiny house village this year. With concerns about the eviction moratorium, we ask that you please keep the $800,000 for the community-based tiny house villages and encampments in the 2022 budget. Please also add a proviso that requires any money set aside for this purpose to be spent only for this purpose. It wasn't until October of this year that money for this purpose was released by HSC to Share. Next year, we want to hit the ground running, and this proviso would help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ashley, I see you up next here. I'm just checking in to make sure that I am on the right line here.
Yeah.
Ashley, I see you unmuted. Why don't you go ahead?
Yes. Hi, City Council. My name is Ashley Cormier, and I'm a case manager at the YMCA in West Seattle. I'm here in support of restoring funding for Seattle Community Safety Initiative. More funding for SCSI means that more youth, especially who are at risk and youth of color, will have the opportunity to get the support they need when it comes to their goals and needs. The support that SCSI gives means that youth in our community, they're kept safe, they're kept empowered, they're given a voice, they're given the tools they need to be independent and successful, and are able to get the help they need when it comes to mental health, housing, access to food in their mouths, clothing to put on their backs, jobs that will help them become more stable and support their families. The list goes on. Supporting more funding means more jobs, means more public safety, more community presence, and most importantly, less youth in the streets, in jail, and dead. These kids want to do right. A lot of them just need us to push them to the fullest potential. So just really think about a program that really has impact in your life as a young person. That's who we are. We're asking that you support more SCSI funding. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to note that Anthony Blue Horse, Ventina Trejo, Sean Glaze, all listed to speak but not present. We're going to move to Danica Adams, followed by Kim Holland. Danica?
Hi, my name is Danica Adams, and I am a community safety specialist with the Seattle Peace and Safety Initiative. As a community safety specialist, my job entails engaging with at-risk youth and connecting them to our case managers so they receive the resources and support they desperately need. I'm also a part of the critical response team, which responds to crises that occur in our communities. We know that gun violence in King County has reached record numbers and that the victims are overwhelmingly Black and Latino. We also know that gun violence in underserved communities are indicative of failed systems, politicians, and local officials. This includes allowing gentrification, underfunded schools, and not funding community-based organizations. This is why it is vital to continue to fund organizations that are committed to interrupt violence in our underserved communities by using a public health approach. In fact, we need officials to elevate the epidemic of gun violence in the Black and brown communities with a public health approach, just as they have confronted the COVID crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim, followed by Malu Chavez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kim Holland, and I'm here today to voice my support for Amendment HSD 019B, which adds $1.5 million for survivor-driven advocacy services to survivors of gender-based violence. While we recognize the revenue shortfall, the original request of $3 million is still urgently needed. I urge the council to at least maintain this critical funding and, if at all possible, to increase it. I've been working with survivors of gender-based violence for nearly 5 years, first as an advocate and now as a director. Domestic and sexual violence are among the top precursors to housing instability, mental health issues, and substance use. Survivor-driven advocacy is an evidence-based strategy shown to increase the health and safety of survivors, especially those most marginalized by racism, poverty, and other systemic inequities. I urge you to support survivor-driven advocacy by at least maintaining funding 019B. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Malu, followed by Velma Valoria. Representative Velma Valoria. Good evening, Malu.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Malu Chavez, and I serve as Deputy Director of Northwest Immigrant Rights Project. We are thankful to you all for investing in services for our community. In particular, thank you to Council Members Gonzalez, Mosqueda, and Morales for adding the full amount in the balancing package to continue investing in the Legal Defense Network. And we ask that you keep that level of funding as you finalize the budget. The Legal Defense Network is a critically important city program that provides immigration legal services to city residents and workers who are facing potential deportation from our community. We are grateful there was a letter in support of the continued funding that we hope you all receive, and we appreciate the level of support. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in tonight. Representative Velma Valoria, thank you for calling back in. I'm sorry I didn't see your name on the list. We usually go to current and former electeds. Good evening, Representative.
Hello, Chair Mosqueda and members of the Council. How are you this evening? My name is Velma Valoria. I'm with the Filipino community of Seattle. I'm a former state legislator and a resident of District 2. The Filipino community of Seattle is also a member of the Graham Street Community Action Team. Thank you to Chair Mosqueda and members of for this thoughtful budget. Thank you, too, for supporting affordable housing investments, including land acquisition. Please keep it in the budget. I also ask that you increase funding anti-displacement strategies by dedicating $30 million to the Equitable Development Initiative. Funding of EDI will greatly impact the completion of a project by funding for capacity building as well as providing funds for capital. Thank you. I urge you to please increase the investment in EDI. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We are at line 84, Alicia Finch, followed by Marilyn Yim. Please go ahead, Alicia. *6 and mute.
Thanks. I'm Alicia Finch with the Seattle Indian Health Board. I'm a Spokane tribal descendant, and I will be addressing several budget amendments for urban Indian organizations. We ask you to please support the Seattle Indian Health Board's 3 budget amendments and their continued work towards health and wellness for urban American Indians and Alaska Natives. I ask you fully fund their $500,000 request for a culturally attuned pilot produce prescription program. And we also thank you to Councilmembers Juarez, Morales, and Strauss for including the funding for the Lake City Clinic Expansion Project, which is set to serve 3,000 relatives. And thank you for the allocation for a community participatory design for our Thunderbird Treatment Center. I also ask that you consider these amendments to also include funding for other urban Indian organization requests, such as Chief Seattle Club's Clean and Sober Housing in Soto and funding for the Longhouse at North Seattle College. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Marilyn will be followed by Robin Thompson.
My name is Marilyn Yim from Seattle Grassroots Landlords, and I'm calling to thank Council Members Lewis and Strauss and the co-sponsors of the 2 SDCI budget amendments to fund a rental market study and to convene a small landlord stakeholder group. The pandemic has dealt a deadly blow to the affordable housing managed by struggling small mom-and-pop housing providers. I'm encouraged that the Council is finally acknowledging the value we provide to our community and that you're taking action to collect and analyze data on changes to the rental housing market. I did want to call attention to a change that will assign one of the very few spots in the landlord stakeholder group to a tenant activist. This might be more understandable if it was balanced by greater intentional inclusion of small housing providers on established commissions and committees and in larger housing policy conversations. We've been systematically denied access to our city government for years, so I'm hopeful that this group will continue beyond next July with greater and ongoing engagement, and that we will have a larger role in considering future legislation and changes that will benefit everyone. We stand ready to work together to open more opportunities for small-scale, locally owned rental housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we go to Robin, I want to note that Brandy Flood, Rachel Brown, and Richard or Ricarda Quiros is not present. Ricarda, Rachel, and Brandy. We're going to move on to Robin Thompson, followed by Beth Burnham. That would bring us to number 91. Please go ahead, Robin.
Hi, my name is Robin Thompson. I'm a renter in Beacon Hill and Assistant Director at Clean Greens Farm and Market. I'm speaking today in complete solidarity of the people's budget. Rent in Seattle has increased by 25%. Over 50% of the African American Black community has been displaced from the Central District. In this time, billionaire wealth has increased by 62%. Please increase the Amazon tax and allocate it for affordable housing and community needs. Council, Seattle needs you to show up for working people. Seattle needs you to show up in actual support of Black lives by providing bridge funding to New Hope and low-income housing institutes, affordable housing programs. Give $200,000 to Clean Greens Farm and Market, who provides free, fresh, local produce to community members in need of food support. These are solution-based programs to these problems. Please vote in support of these solutions. Please take money away from Seattle police and give to housing services to actually make Seattle safer.
Thank you very much. I will double check, but I believe all of those items that you referenced are included in the budget, so we will follow up. Rachel Brown, Beth Burnham. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Beth Birnbaum, and I live in District 4. I wanted to speak regarding the closure of the Laurelhurst Community Center. I would like to ask the City Council members respectfully to support Councilmember Peterson's proposal to retain $190,000 for community center programming. Prior to a COVID-driven closure, the Laurelhurst Community Center offered more than 39 classes of programming for toddlers through senior citizens, and the center is used by multiple Northeast neighborhoods and a diverse population. Neighborhoods like the University District are substantially more dense and more racially diverse than Seattle as a whole, and needed and deserve affordable recreation programming and meeting space. Other community centers north of the Ship Canal are under construction for the next 2 years, which drastically reduce public affordable programs and meeting space. Thank you for listening and for your service to our city.
Thank you for your time tonight as well. We're going to do Rachel Brown, followed by Colleen McGallar and Christina Diego. Good evening, Rachel.
Hello, my name is Rachel Brown. I'm the board president of Seattle Subway. I'm also a renter, a full-time student, and a District 3 resident. Seattle Subway is an all-volunteer nonprofit advocating for more rapid transit in our city, and we're testifying in support of Council Budget Action S.004B001 to allow FDOT to perform long-range rail planning in Seattle beyond Sound Transit 3. I request that you all co-sponsor this amendment. More than half of Seattle's urban villages are left out of ST3, and we can't leave any neighborhood out of fast, renewably powered light rail. Regional Sound Transit leadership will never prioritize Seattle investments, and we need the city to be a championship for ourselves. The city was a catalyst for ST3 with the Ballard to downtown expansion study in 2014, and today we need to be sure the city approves this funding to connect all of Seattle to our subway network with exclusive right-of-way rail. 76% of Seattleites support light rail expansion in our rapidly growing city to address traffic and climate crisis.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Colleen. I see we have Anne on the list. Anne was listed as not present. Anne, you're here, so please go ahead. I see you unmuted.
I've been working with Chief Seattle Club for over 10 years. It's been humbling to witness our growth as we continually expand services for homeless American Indians and Alaska Natives. We now have 90 units of shelter open with 400 units of affordable housing open within 2 years. Both of our current shelters are low barrier, meaning we don't have rules around using drugs and alcohol. This year, we've served 180 people at our shelters, and 86% of them have substance abuse and mental health issues. It is almost impossible to get clean and stay clean when you're living with so many people that are using. I've been sober for 34 years, and during my initial days, weeks, and years of sobriety, I needed to be around people who supported my journey into wellness. Please support Chief Seattle Club's $1 million request to purchase property in Soto and build a 15 sober shelter. I've seen many of our members start on the Red Road to Sobriety only to relapse over and over again. The property owner is willing to sell to us, but if we don't purchase the site within the next 90 days, we will miss out on this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now on to Colleen. Colleen will be followed by Christina Diego. Good evening, Colleen. Colleen, *6 to unmute, please. *6. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Council. I'm representing 2,800 residents and 1,303 more to go of our neighborhood community center, which is planned to be closed with the budget this year. We ask that you support Councilmember Peterson's amendment to retain programming. The Seattle Parks and Recreation has a 25% increase in their budget, but plans to close just one of the community centers, which rehab the 39 classes of programming from tots to isolated seniors and serves the adjacent elementary school whose students are 45% of color and provides open play for kiddos and much needed public space. From birth to age 5, a child's brain develops to 90% of its capacity, more than any other time in its life, and the quality and the breadth of a child's experiences shape the brain to develop into healthy adults. This budget would cancel that opportunity for these children to participate in programming and stimulating environments. Seniors also benefit by extending their brain and flexibility of their bodies to exercise regularly with affordable exercise. And the Lifelong Recreation Advisory Council recommends that we do not close this act.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you calling in. Please send the rest of your comments as well. Christina, you are up next. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Christina Diego, and I'm an enrolled member of the Colville Tribes and an employee with the Seattle Indian Health Board. I would like to thank Councilmember Juarez, Councilmember Morales, and Councilmember Strauss for including our Thunderbird Treatment Center Community Participatory Design Survey and our Lake City Clinic expansion in the proposal. I would also like to request an amendment to include our $500,000 to launch our produce prescription pilot, which is a culturally attuned prescription that will serve over 400 households over a 12-month period. This will address food sovereignty and address the food insecurity experienced by 25% of our population. And we would provide evaluated research from our Urban Indian Health Institute. I'd also like Council to support Chief Seattle's request for their clean and sober housing in SODO and funding for their longhouse at North Seattle College. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to give a quick update on where we are at. We are going to take 3 more speakers and then do a quick break. So Pastor Robert Jeffrey, and then Ankur Dohurt, followed by Kim Lundgren. Pastor Robert Jeffrey, please go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Robert Jeffrey. I'm Senior Pastor at New Hope Baptist Church. I'm calling in support of the Solidarity budget. I'm also calling in support of the tiny houses and Lehigh. I'm also calling to ask Council to support the partnership between New Hope Development Institute and Lehigh to purchase the Square Park Plaza. We cannot allow this building to get into the hands of private developers and push more and more African American people into the street and to become homeless. Lehigh is presently going to ask the Council for a bridge loan in the first part of next year in order to make sure that this acquisition is done. And I'm also calling in support of Clean Greens Farm and Market. I appreciate all of the support the Council has done in the past, and I look forward to next year and Council working with Lehigh and the New Hope Development Institute to stop gentrification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor Jeffrey. Ankur Dohut, good evening.
Hi, my name is Ankur Dohut, and I'm here to support Vision Zero and the Solidarity budget. As part of Vision Zero, the city is aiming for 0 traffic deaths per year by 2030. Unfortunately, we're moving in the wrong direction. This year is projected to have the highest number of traffic fatalities in 15 years, the majority of those being pedestrian and cyclist fatalities. I encourage the council members to increase funding for Vision Zero, including the mayor's vehicle licensing fee spend plan proposal, as well as increasing the commercial parking tax to fund Vision Zero. I support the Solidarity budget, which would make heavy investments into public transit, cycling, and pedestrian infrastructure. Additionally, we know that the city's current infrastructure is not equitably distributed. Over half of cycling and pedestrian deaths have occurred in southeast Seattle. Therefore, I support additional investments into the south side, which includes making more space for people walking, biking, and rolling on Lake Washington Boulevard and Martin Luther King Way South. In addition to safety, Seattle must increase funding for Vision Zero and pass the solidarity budget if we're to meet our climate commitment. With 2/3 of our emissions coming from transportation, we must make it easier for people to get around without cars and use lower emission and active forms of transportation.
Excellent. Thank you so much for calling in today. Kim Lundgren, we have you listed as not present, and appreciate the opportunity to hear from anybody who is listed as not present. So let me summarize the last few folks who were not present as well. I think we ended with Ricarda, so let me summarize the next 6 people that were not present. Kamara White, Michaela Hertz, Pastor Lawrence Willis, Penny Lipsu, Violeta Pena Dominguez, Fred Cade, Samir Tana, and Kim Lundgren. You are all listed as not present. We would very much like to hear from you when we return from our break if you do dial in. For any members of the listening public who are signed up to provide public testimony this evening, it is 7:30 p.m. We will come back to this Zoom at 7:40, a 10-minute break, starting with caller number 103. Do dial in so we don't skip you if you're not present. See you all in 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Excuse me, let me just pull us back together at 7:42. 7:42 to give a full 10 minutes to everyone. Hearing no objections, the public hearing will be in recess until 7:42 today, November 10th. And hearing no objections, we are in recess. See you in 10 minutes, everyone. 2 p.m. We have just taken a recess and we will reconvene. The Select Budget Committee meeting is now back in session. We'll continue with the callers who are on our list in the following order: Penny Lipsu, Fred Kade, and Kim Lundgren. Good to see your face, council members. Thanks for joining. Good evening, Penny. You are up first. Okay,
Hi,
Penny.
this is
Hi.
Penny.
Great.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Mosqueda, council members, and staff. My name is Penny Lipsu, and I'm a resident of District 7, and I work for the American Heart Association. I'm here to ask the council to please include the Seattle Indian Health Board's request of $500,000 to launch a culturally attuned produce prescription pilot program. I'd like to thank Councilmember Morales for championing this, and Councilmember Warris, Herbold, and Lewis for their support. This program is a targeted approach to address food insecurity and to treat and prevent chronic diseases among BIPOC communities. We've seen nutrition security and health disparities greatly worsen during the pandemic, and this program directly addresses these health disparities with a holistic model. We also support the Seattle Indian Health Board's participatory design process of the Thunderbird Treatment Center and their Lake City clinic expansion. Thank you.
You have another few seconds.
Oh, I just want to say these three products are very important for prevention and in preventing disparities in health and well-being. Thank you all so much for your work.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for waiting through our recess as well. Fred, followed by Kim Lundgren. Good evening, Fred. Star 6 unmute, Fred. Star 6 unmute. Oh, perfect. There you go.
Yeah, hello, City Council. My name is Fred K., and I'm currently staying at Georgetown Tiny House Village. I have to say that being here has helped me immensely. I had severe health problems and was able to recuperate after 3 surgeries because I had a warm tiny house to come back to. Thanks to the stability of the village, I was able to get a full-time job, and now the case managers who work on site are helping me find permanent housing. I don't think I would be in this opportunistic situation if I didn't have my tiny house. Members of the council, you can help so many more people by funding more tiny house villages and adding funding to those that already exist. Don't let your opportunity to do good in your community pass you by. Don't let those suffering from health problems stay on the streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in tonight. Kim Lundgren, followed by Manny Rocha. Good evening, Kim. Just looking for you to, there we are. Star 6 to unmute. Hi, Kim.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, council members. My name is Kim Lundgren, and I'm here to speak on behalf of VSA and asking council members to please vote yes on VSA funding. The funding helps more than 200 Vietnamese seniors of VSA to participate in activities, healthy lunches, and English learning. Thank you so much for your continuing support. Good night.
Thank you very much for dialing in, Kim. Manny Rocha, followed by Dominique Davis. Good evening, Manny.
Hello, City Council. My name is Manny Rocha, and I'm currently staying at Georgetown Tiny House and Village. I'm thankful for being here and grateful for the staff here, because if they were not here and this village was not here, I'm not sure where I would be or if I would be sheltered right now. But Georgetown, I have been able to meet with the case managers that help me search for housing, unemployment, and they help me fill our forms for DSHS if needed. Even though bathrooms ain't ideal, we are still able to to wash our clothes, cook meals, and take showers, which is much more that I could do if I was living in tiny homes or as a stepping stone.
Thank you very much, Manny. Dominique, you are up next, and I would encourage Manny, please feel free to send in any of your comments from you and your organization as well. Good evening, Dominique.
Good evening. I'm Dominique Davis from Community Passageways. I want to thank you for supporting Seattle Community Safety Initiative gun prevention and intervention work that we do. Thank you for putting resources back into the amendment so that it could be voted on. The funding that you guys provided puts us in a position to bring our organizations together and build together and share resources together. We were able to hire 60-plus people of color in our community, which brings economic security to a number of people that do this work. We're able to put training into our community, put new skilled people into our community to go and serve the community and provide safety in the community on the front end and the back ends of gun violence. A community healing community is the answer. I'm thinking about what does it look like for long-term investments, 150 people from the community doing this work trained up. We're out here saving lives, and I'm excited to save more lives. We're out here providing services and resources, and I'm excited to provide more resources, housing, employment, everything. So at the end of the day, we have to put more investments into this. We have to do long-term investing into this so that we can really answer the call to gun violence in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Dominique. Clara Gunter, you're listed as not present, along with Elaine. Excuse me. Katamaru. We will go to Maria Casares and Michelle McDaniel. Good evening, Maria.
Good evening. I'm Maria Casares with the After School Program at Centro de la Raza. I am here to share support for the proposed $2 million allocation to deal for culturally responsive after-school programming for middle school and high school students. At Centro de la Raza, 99% of the students we serve identify as Latinx youth, which is the fastest growing population in the country. Through our program, we work to cultivate a space where youth can connect and learn about their culture and community. We work to empower youth so that they can see themselves in spaces where they have historically been excluded from. Our youth partake in activities where they receive academic support while also participating in ethnic studies programming that expands their critical consciousness of the world and the community around them. Through this funding, we hope to continue supporting the development of the leaders of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Maria Casares, excuse me, Michelle McDaniel. I apologize for that. Michelle, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michelle McDaniel. I'm the CEO of Crisis Connections. I would like to thank Council Members Herbold, Mosqueda, Lewis, Juarez, Sawat, and Council President Gonzalez for including $600,000 in the balancing package to support a pay equity analysis for human service workers. The City of Seattle relies on the skills and expertise of nonprofit workers to build well-being in communities so that individuals can reach their potential at every stage of life. Human service workers are often paid at such a low level that they qualify for public support programs themselves. Their pay does not reflect the education required, difficulty, or value of their work. As a result, organizations like Crisis Connections are struggling to recruit talent at the very moment when our behavioral health and basic needs referral services are needed more than ever. A pay equity analysis will determine equitable wages that alleviate poverty and allow human services workers to thrive and live in communities they serve. With this information, we can advocate for stable and adequate funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers are Sharon Sabuhani and Stacy Johnson. Good evening, Shirin. Star 6 on mute, please. Star 6 unmute. It looks like you're still muted on my end, Shireen. There we go.
Good evening, Budget Chair Mosqueda and Council members. My name is Shireen Subani, and I'm the Program Manager for University Heights Center. I'm also a mother, and I understand how critical early learning programs were to my children's development. Thank you to Council President Gonzalez and Council Member Peterson for sponsoring programs that support early learning facilities. Thank you also to Council Members Mosqueda, Strauss, Juarez, and Morales for co-sponsoring and advocating for early learning programs. Nearly half of unemployed parents state that childcare is a barrier. This is especially a problem for women and within BIPOC communities. There is a dual benefit when we invest in early learning facilities, both as a way to create jobs through capital projects, while also ensuring that every child has an opportunity to succeed. Here at U Heights, we are doing our part to provide child, and we've remained open since the start of the pandemic, offering 3 different child care programs. We also support expansion of vehicle residency. Thank you so much for your leadership during this difficult time.
Thank you very much. And the next person is Stacy, followed by Albert Shiver.
Hello, my name is Stacy Johnson. I'm a resident of Georgetown Tiny House Village in District 2. I'm calling to ask for your support in funding more tiny house villages. Seeing so many people on the streets is cold. They're cold and wet, and it's awful. I think we could do a better job giving people a safe place to stay with a heater, locking door, case managers on site. We need increased funding so the tiny house villages can have a behavioral staff on site as well. It's very important. It's part of the stable shelter unit that leads to permanent housing. I implore your budget should reflect the housing crisis that Seattle suffers from in light of the recent pandemic. Focus more on proven shelter models like tiny house villages and more low-income housing solutions for our most vulnerable population. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Albert. Karen Albert, you are up next, followed by Karen Geelan. Good evening, Albert.
Hi, I'm Albert Shiver. I'm from Community Passageways, and I'm the operations manager for the organization. Thank you for giving us this platform to use our voices, and I'm advocating for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative for continued funding through 2022. I'm here to show my support for the collective. Through this initiative, I'm witnessing life-changing work that has been critical in changing and saving lives, from providing jobs for young people and others in the community to prevent retaliatory actions among gangs and other young people in the community. This work needs to continue because by not doing so, we are telling our young people that their lives are just a discussion amongst adults. We must show them that we care about our actions and continue on this work. By not continuing this work, this past year's efforts may have all been for nothing, and to do that could be detrimental to the Black and Brown community. History has shown us that resources for the Black and Brown community are not as important as they are for other communities, or else we won't be here fighting for scraps. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for dialing in tonight. Karen, you're followed by Elisa Pan. Karen, good evening. And then after Elisa will be Solinule. Good evening, Karen. Star 6 to unmute.
Hello.
Hi, Karen.
My name is Karen Gillen, and I live in District 7. Last year, you made it clear to our police officers that you don't support them. They left the force at an unprecedented rate, compromising public safety. You now propose to reduce the mayor's proposed budget, expecting the high rate of attrition to continue. Your job should be to figure out how to stop the attrition and retain officers, even if it involves additional funding. Last year, you told us that non-sworn officers could better respond to many 9/11 calls. Now you want to postpone the addition of 6 CSOs because you don't know where they might report in the future. This is ridiculous. We need those officers now and should be have more included in the plan. Please listen to Seattle voters who made it clear that they want improved public safety. You should fully fund the mayor's police budget. I urge the council to return to in-person meetings as soon as possible. The current comment process is prejudiced against anyone who is not young and tech savvy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Eliza, followed by Son Liu.
Hi, my name is Eliza Pan. I live in District 2, and I'm a member of Amazon Employees for Climate Justice. I support all solidarity budget amendments in the balancing package, including shrinking SPD's bloated budget by $10.9 million at a minimum. I also support amendments to ensure that City Attorney's Office budget does not grow.
There are so many issues in my neighborhood that could be addressed with real investments in the neighborhood and community instead of unnecessary policing. For example, we don't even have sidewalks. We need money for sidewalks and transit so that's safe for us and our children to walk around, not investments into unnecessary policing. I'm appalled that Mayor Durkin and Mayor-elect Harrell are calling to refund police by $10 million because that would actually mean $10 million cut from essential services and community needs, since everything at this point in the budget needs to be self-balancing. There is no mandate coming out of this election. Less than half of Seattle voters actually voted, and of those, nearly 50% voted for candidates advocating for defunding SPD. My neighbors, most of whom have lived here for over 30 years, have not seen investments in our neighborhood to get help with sidewalks, transit, education, and...
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Please go ahead and send in the rest of your comments. The next person is Solinu, followed by Karen. Solinu, it looks like you're not present. Karen, I thought we already heard from, oh, excuse me, Karen Carpenter will be followed by Janine Shu. Okay, looks like Karen's not present as well. Miss Gloria B is not present. Nick Wong not present. Teresa Sony not present. Emmanuel Lopez not present. The next person is Jeannie Shu. Good evening, Jeannie.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Shu. I'm a resident of Seattle and a retired teacher. I would like to speak in support of budget line item HSD 25A1. After Sandy Hook brought gun violence into my personal and professional life, I began to advocate for common sense gun safety measures and have become aware of and deeply appreciate and respect the work done by community-based and led organizations such as Choose 180, Community Passageways, Rainier Beach Action Coalition, and Mothers for Police Accountability in the Seattle area. They and many other local organizations have served disproportionately impacted BIPOC communities with inadequately funded evidence-based services to reduce gun violence. Since there has been a prohibition of federal funding of research on gun violence prevention at the CDC because of the Dickey Amendment in 1996, it is even more imperative to identify and fund proven and effective strategies to increase public health and safety with regard to firearms. Please support this critical investment of budget line item 8.
Thank you very much for dialing in. Teresa Mangini, followed by Marvin Marshall. Hi, Teresa.
Hello, City Council. Hi. Hello, City Council members. My name is Teresa Mangini, and I live at the Georgetown Tiny House Village. I think that the villages are a needed step to getting us off the streets and into permanent housing. Many more villages are needed for those still on the streets. Winter is coming. It is going to be cold. Before I got into the tiny house village, I myself was staying in a tent with my dog Wilbur. I felt unsafe at times and exposed with the thoughts of not knowing the unknown and the possibilities of coming back to my tent and having it all being taken. There are so many still out there on the streets today, uncovered and fighting the elements. The struggle is real for many of us, and the tiny villages are a blessing. Many more should be created so that those that are still suffering too can find a tiny home of their own. Thank you for my story.
Thank you very much for calling in tonight. Marvin Marshall, followed by Trey Argerios. Good evening, Marvin. *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Marvin Marshall, and I'm the Director of Violence Prevention Programs with the YMCA Social Impact Center. I'm calling in support of the restored funding for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative, also known as SCSI. And I would like to thank the City Council for supporting the initiative and supporting the work in the year of 2021. And we would like to continue that support into 2022. I think it's imperative that we look to support community and look at the collaboration, the different amounts of relationships that are built with local schools, businesses, and community members. Look at the elements of crisis response. As me and my colleagues have mentioned on this call, we're responding in real time to incidents in the community, funerals, supporting sporting events, and the community at large. I think that the number of jobs that we provided for community also adds a different element to the conversation, and I would just like to continue that support into 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Trey, followed by Lisa Guzman. Good evening, Trey. Star 6 to unmute, please. Star 6 to unmute, Trey. Si hablas español, estrella 6 para hablar. Okay. We will go on to Lisa Guzman and then Arvaria, Morris, and go back to Karen Carpenter. I think I want to make sure Karen Carpenter gets a chance to speak because I believe I called your name, but then we didn't go to you, so apologies for that. Trey, star 6 to unmute. Okay, Lizeth, I see you.
Mi nombre es Lisa Guzmán y vivo en Seattle, Washington. Soy la mamá de Ángel Martínez del programa de capacitación para el trabajo juvenil. Yo estoy aquí para apoyar el programa en el Centro de la Raza. Como madre considero que el programa ha ayudado a mi hijo a tener seguridad y confianza con el mundo del trabajo y a explorar áreas que le servirán en un futuro cuando haya terminado la escuela. Yo estoy feliz de que mi hijo sea parte de un programa tan bueno. Lo apoyo y lo motivo día a día para que siga estudiando. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Lisette Guzman. This is Lisette Guzman. I'm the mother of Albert Martinez, and doing that jobs for the interpreter couldn't catch trabajo juvenil for the youth, jobs for the youth. Okay. I am here to support the program en el Centro de la Raza. As a mother, I consider that this program has helped enormously so that he can in turn have safety and have confidence in himself in the world of jobs, in the world of workers, that is. And I know that all this experience that he's living and accumulating will help him in the future whenever he will have finished with his schooling. I am very elated that my child that is part of the program, that is such a good program, I support him and I motivate him and encourage him every single day so that he may continue studying and going to school. I thank you, and I will listen to the rest.
Thank you very much, Raul, y gracias por sus palabras. Trey, I see you unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Trey Aguirre. I'm a resident of District 3, and I live about a block from the True Hope Village tiny house village. And I'm speaking in today to give my support for more tiny houses. Our city is facing so many problems with homelessness right now, and one of those problems is not the tiny homes. I live next to them, and they've been great neighbors, just like everyone else in my district. And we've seen that they're a fantastic opportunity to help people segue from life on the street into a more sustainable, permanent housing opportunity. So I really urge the city council members to please put more funding into building on what is not a panacea for the homeless problem, but definitely a step in the right direction. It can help so many other people who are suffering right now to get stability in their lives so that they too can take care of themselves and get into permanent housing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your time. Go back to Karen, followed by Arvia Morris. Hi, Karen.
Hi, my name is Karen. I live in District 1. I'm calling in support of the entire Solidarity budget. I'm inspired by its vision to achieve public safety through meeting people's basic needs, not policing them. In addition to preserving the $10.9 million cuts to SPD's budget, I ask that you eliminate the $14 million adjustment for one-time budget changes and remove the 134 positions that SPD does not intend to fill next year. I urge you to invest in communities directly, and that means allocating $800,000 for tiny house villages and encampments for self-managed communities, $750,000 for child care assistance to child care providers, $1 million for mental and behavioral health care services for members of the Duwamish tribe, and $1 million for anti-displacement fund for BIPOC educators to live in the communities they serve. Retain teachers, not cops. I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Arvia, followed by Andrew Sampson. Good evening, Arvia. And *6, there we go.
Hello. Hi, this is Arvia Morris in the 43rd District, and I'm a climate advocate. Thank you for funding the Integrated City Transit Plan. I am hoping this will get people out of cars and bring good transit to all neighborhoods. Overall, I'm disappointed with the budget because it does not reflect a deep and driving desire to meet Seattle's 2030 climate goals. All the issues facing folks experiencing homelessness will be exacerbated if we don't address climate change. 70% of all climate pollution comes from cities. That is us. As city council members, you have the power to fund programs such as low-income oil to electric heat conversion program to a level which will have an immediate and direct impact on Seattle's greenhouse gas emissions. Please consider the young people in your life and ask, does this budget do everything in your power to bring Seattle's greenhouse gas emissions down to meet our 2030 goals? Each year we
Thank you. Please send in the rest of your comments. Andrew, followed by Matthew Mitnick, and then Sandra Singleton. Good evening, Andrew. Andrew, *6 to unmute. There we go.
Hi, my name is Andrew Sampson. I'm the CEO of a startup based here in Seattle and one of the few Black tech CEOs in the entire United States. I've been homeless, and I understand far too well the pain that is on display in this city. The homeless services budget precludes thousands of unsheltered people across the city by focusing exclusively on sanctioned camps and inefficient tiny house initiatives. I am asking for the allocation of $2.5 million to provide sanitation and health services to the growing number of unsanctioned camps around the city. $500,000 of that would go towards the initial cleanup of these unsanctioned camps, such as the one with Green Lake, with the remaining $2,000 being allocated so that we can provide these unsanctioned camps with regularly scheduled waste disposal, such as trash, recycling, and compost. Additionally, safe needle disposals and exchange programs must be set up at these unsanctioned camps to provide harm reduction. Those who are suffering in this city are characterized as hazardous debris that needs to be swept away by police, all in an effort to protect those in the city that live comfortably from ever being uncomfortable. Defund.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Matthew, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Matthew Minnick, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington and District 4 resident. Tonight, I'm urging you to support the Seattle Indian Health Board's request for $500,000 for the produce prescription pilot, $200,000 for the Thunderbird Treatment Center Community Participatory Design Survey, and $100,000 for the expansion of the Lake City Clinic. I'm also in support of Chief Seattle Club's $8.1 million request for clean and sober housing in SoDo and funding for the Longhouse at North Seattle College. And honestly, many of the community-focused ideas that you've already heard speakers address tonight are really, they're directly ingrained into these requests. And a culturally competent approach to food insecurity, primary care services, healthcare needs, and wraparound services is so vital. And that is exactly what's going to happen with these items. So I really ask each of you to consider what is receiving funding in this city and what isn't, and to whom it is going toward. And we need to invest in our vulnerable communities, specifically when it comes to housing and safety, rather than corporate developers and a militarized police.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'm going to just note for the record, we are at callers 130. If you are 130 or above, please dial in. If you are not here, we are gonna name your name and come back to you at the end of the hour. So we'll come back at 9 o'clock if you are not present. Sandra Singleton, not present. Lourdes Nolasso, not present. Brian Davis, not present. Trevonna Thompson-Wiley, who I thought we heard from earlier, not present. Ala Hassan, not present. Let's go to Latanya V.H. DuBois. Good evening, Latanya. Latanya, you may be, you still need to hit *6, please. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Latanya B.H. Dubois, and I live in District 7. I'm testifying in support of more tangible, affordable housing and the tiny house villages, which get our homeless neighbors connected to services and roofs over their heads and off the streets. Many of our houseless people are our most vulnerable BIPOC citizens, elders, families, youth, young adults, and disabled folks. Please support all the amendments that have been introduced to grow and enhance the program. The tiny house villages give folks an opportunity they would not otherwise have and provide case management and other services to move folks towards permanent housing. My organization, the Silent Task Force, are the referral and support team for village number 13, the newest village that's in Skyway. It's a family tiny house village in unincorporated Skyway. And we need to see real investments towards economic development in underserved communities, affordable housing, child care, mental health, substance use, domestic violence services, food access, and
Thank you very much. Please send in the rest of your comments, Latanya. Cherish Hart, followed by Kim England. Good evening, Cherish.
Good evening. My name is Cherish Hart, and my work at the American Heart Association has supported the health of Seattle residents for over a decade now. And today I'm asking the council to please include the Seattle Indian Health Board request of $500,000 to launch a culturally appropriate produce prescription pilot. Every day when I'm doing my work, I see the health impacts of chronic diseases, and those are really rooted in structural racism and social barriers to health. And that's especially evident, that our systems, in those who our systems have historically under-resourced. So this produce prescription will build on our current programs by holistically addressing chronic disease through nutrition security, and doing that through an approach that accounts for cultural needs. I also support the two other requests of the Seattle Indian Health Board to increase healthcare access for American Indian and Alaska Native communities. These three projects are really important for prevention and reducing disparities in health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Kim England, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kim England. I am a resident of Council District 6 and a professor at the University of Washington. I am also a very proud member of the Seattle Domestic Workers Coalition. And I am proud to live in the first city in the United States to introduce a domestic workers ordinance. I am strongly in favor of the proposed operating budget item that would allocate funds to the Office of Labor Standards to address the 4 recommendations from the Domestic Workers Standards Board that were presented to Council a few months ago. One of those recommendations is to create a portable paid time off policy. The Domestic Workers Coalition is ready to work with the Office of Labor Standards to make the right to portable paid time off for domestic workers a reality. The proposed budget will allow for improved working conditions of domestic workers. Please keep this budget line intact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. I'm going to go back to Sandra Singleton, and then Elizabeth Santon and Justin. Geez, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that. Sandra, please go ahead and *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Sandra Singleton. I'm a renter in Cortland Place apartment. This apartment in Rainier Court, and I'm calling because me and my fellow tenants have been engaged in a struggle for our rights against our landlord. Despite dilapidated conditions, like my heat not working for over a year. Seed has been trying to raise our rent, including through backdoor
We'll give you just a
methods
little bit
like
more time for folks who are watching the time. Please give a little bit more time to Sandra. Please go ahead, Sandra. Sorry about that.
increase our light bill and on Section 8 tenants. The council needs to support us at Rainier Court by standing with us against the odds of Seed signing the letter from chamber council member. What's that? Pursuant office and supporting demands in the budget. This year for affordable housing as part of the.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Elizabeth. Thank you for giving us a little extra time, Elizabeth. Please go ahead, *6 to unmute. *6, Elizabeth. And after Elizabeth will be Justin. Okay, Elizabeth, we see you still muted, so *6 to unmute. We'll keep you on the screen. Justin will be followed by Reverend Harriet Walden. Hi, Justin or Elizabeth, please unmute, *6. Go ahead, Justin.
Good evening, City Council members. I am Justin Geezy. I live at the Georgetown Tiny House Village. The village is giving me a safe place to stay, learn leadership skills, and give me a more productive citizen. The tiny house villages mean there's less people out in cold and wet in their tents or in their cars. There should be more tiny house villages like Georgetown. They have case management on site.
Please go ahead.
Please fund more tiny house villages and increase the amount of villages. Thank you.
Thank you very much for dialing in. Elizabeth, we'll come to you next. Elizabeth, *6 to unmute. It looks like you're still muted. *6. Reverend Harriet Walden, we will go ahead and tee you up. I see Elizabeth still muted. *6, Reverend Walden. Wonderful. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Reverend Walden. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm living in District 3. Been in Seattle 45 years before it was gentrified. I'm also calling for the mothers, the African-American mothers and other mothers who are weeping in Seattle because their children have been killed, and nothing has been presented tonight to actually include those voices. We're creating a city where we'll have the affluent parts of Seattle will be able to hire private security because that's what they can hire, and in other parts of Seattle we're going to have slow police response, no detectives to work on any of these cases. And I'm surprised that the City Council has not even invited any of the mothers whose children have been killed up until, 81 in July, up until July, and now it's even more than that. And also, Mothers Police Accountability really does support the increasing of the CSO officers. We worked on that to bring the CSO officers back. So anyway, thank you, and please include the mothers. They're crying, and it's over 81 of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Walden, for dialing in. Elizabeth, I see you still muted, so we're going to keep going here, and we'll come back to you at the end of the hour. Jen Musia, followed by Julianne Scott, followed by Marty Jackson. Want to note Barb Oliver, Alicia Whitfield, and Marin Costa are listed as not present. So let's go ahead. Jen, good evening.
Hi, I'm Jen Muse, Director of the Ballard Food Bank, speaking on behalf of the Seattle Human Services Coalition. We appreciate your work to balance the budget in this difficult situation. The budget you crafted now includes the pay equity analysis needed to reverse the legacy of harms caused by underpaying human service workers, and sustains funding for food banks and meal programs at 2021 levels. The budget also improves the equitable delivery of services to seniors, middle school youth, responds to gender-based violence, and makes a one-time adjustment to contracts to keep up with rising costs to deliver services. Specifically from the amendment HSD 006, SHSC also urges Council to strengthen the capacity of food banks. Not all food banks receive city funding, yet they have been on the front lines. We recommend the Council invest $300,000 so that all city food banks are funded and can serve the community equitably. We also recommended $2 million investment in the food bank systems infrastructure. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you so much for dialing in. I want to go to Julian next, and then Patrick Garner. Good evening, Julian. *6 to unmute. *6, Julian Scott. Okay, let's see it. Patrick. Oh, hello, Julian.
Hi, my name is Julian Scott. Please provide bridge funding for the New Home Community Development Institute in Lehigh to buy a local building to enable dozens of affordable homes in the Central District. And please add $200,000 to fund Clean Greens, a Central District-based nonprofit organization dedicated to providing local grown affordable produce to the Seattle community. Clean Greens directly distributes fresh organic local produce free of charge in Seattle Central area, which especially increases access to fresh produce for working and low-income families. The produce is farmed locally with the help of community volunteers. Clean Greens reports that they receive far more requests for produce than they currently produce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patrick Garner, followed by Kirk Laughlin. Good evening, Patrick. Oh, Patrick's not present. Okay. We'll move to Kirk Laughlin, followed by David Jones. As we are teeing up David Jones. Thank you so much, David. Just *6 to unmute. *6 to unmute, David. Okay, as David's unmuting, by hitting *6, I just want to note the following folks who are listed to speak but not present: Marin Costa, Patrick Garner, Kirk Laughlin, Anna Williamson, Elizabeth Shelvia, Ursula White Oliver, and Megan Spearman. Again, calling David Jones to hit *6 to unmute, or Elizabeth Santon, you are also on the screen, *6 to unmute. Okay, we will go ahead and go to Josh Castle. Josh, good evening, *6 to unmute. All right, folks, I'm going to give you an update on where we're at.
Hi.
Hi, Josh. 1 second.
Hi, I'm Josh Castle. Thank you.
So sorry,
okay.
Josh. Yeah, please go ahead. Let's start
go ahead.
time
Okay.
again.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Thank you. I'm Josh Castle with Lehigh. I wanted to first express my deep gratitude to all of you and your staff for your painstaking work on the budget. Thank you, Councilmember Strauss, for sponsoring the budget item to support the urban rest stops, providing crucial life-sustaining hygiene services for our unhoused neighbors. We are requesting $90,000 to increase support downtown and expand hours at our Ballard location. Specifically, at the Ballard location, we'd like to add 2 team members and 1 team lead to establish services Saturdays and expand them during the week. We anticipate this investment will directly help another 300 women and men experiencing homelessness and will allow for another 5,000 showers, 500 loads of laundry, and more housing and job referral services by our amazing front desk staff. These services remain a lifeline for people to access basic hygiene services and take the crucial steps necessary to exit homelessness, such as sustaining or seeking employment and seeking housing. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for dialing in
hello.
today. Hi, David. David, please go ahead.
I was trying to figure this out. I apologize.
That's okay.
All right,
Thanks for waiting.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members.
I support SE, SI, YMCA. Thanks for your funding in the past. We are here to build family relationships, safe passage, and supporting youth for resources. We pride ourselves on gang violence prevention and availability with shots fired. Anything can be found except for a waste of time. So I just want to let you guys know, please don't waste any time with continuing funding this program for the youth. We're here for the babies. We're out here on the streets with them. We understand them. They understand us, and we have a real good relationship with them, and we want to continue it with your funding. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, the next three speakers are Joaquin Jackson, Ann Tyson, and Bruce Dreger. That brings us up to number 160. Go ahead, Joaquin. *6 to unmute, please. Wonderful.
My name is Jaquan Jackson. I'm here on behalf of the YMCA Seattle Community Safety Initiative. I completely support the restoring of the funding. Our organization, we provide resources for at-risk youth in a variety of different ways. It's really more than a job to us. We genuinely put our hearts into these children, and they look up to us as big brothers and big sisters. A lot of these youth, they don't have the proper necessities they need or the proper guidance and resources they need to grow into successful young adults, and that's what we're here for. We just spend all day with these kids. They really look up to us. We want to continue to build our relationships with them, with the families in the community, so your funding will be a big help. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ann Tyson, followed by Bruce Dreger. Hello, Ann.
Good evening. My name is Ann Scott Tyson from District 4. I'm urging you to vote for Councilmember Peterson's amendment to retain $190,000 for community center programming at the Northeast 41st Street Center, a walkable, vibrant community space for thousands of people of all ages and income levels. Community centers are the beating hearts of Seattle's neighborhoods, warm, permanent homes where the public gathers to learn, play, and bond. To close any community center to the public for exclusively private commercial use sets a dangerous precedent. What part of the parks will be carved out for private use next? Why was this budget cut made with no public input? I speak as a volunteer Seattle Parks inspector. I love the parks and community centers, and I'm giving back. Thousands of people stand to benefit from the center's dozens of offerings, including students from the next door elementary school, where 45% of students are Black, Indigenous, or people of color, and 31% come from low. Please save this invaluable, historic, and deeply loved community space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in today. And Bruce Dreger? Please go ahead. *6 unmute. Okay, Bruce, it looks like you're still muted. *6 to unmute. And as Bruce is hitting *6, hi, Bruce, go ahead. I'll hold my comments. Bruce, you might be muted on your own phone. Can you double check the mute's not on?
Try that.
Now we can.
Am I on now?
Yes, thanks so much.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. My name is Bruce Dreger, and I'm calling on behalf of my organization, Green Lake Homeless Advocates, the over 400 homeless people that I work with to serve here at the lake, as well as the Live Experience Coalition that I am proud to be a member of. And I just want to tell you that up until 3 years ago, I began working with folks here at the lake, and up until about 8 months ago, I had about 24 homeless folks that I was getting housing for and providing services for. And now, within the last 8 months, the population has grown to over 400. And I'm here to tell you that homelessness, no matter how bad you think it is, it's worse than you think it is. And I'm moving forward with your budget. I hope that you will consider that no matter how much money you spend, it's not going to be enough. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce, for dialing in today. I want to note for the record, we have Gone up to number 164, and Karim Smith, Maria Barrientos, Maureen Lund, Diana Romero, Norma Alvarez. You are all listed to speak but not present. We're going to go to Anna Williams, followed by Doug Newman and Ronnie Scott. Good evening, Anna.
Good evening. My name is Anna, and I'm a small business owner and a resident of D4. I'm calling to support the Solidarity budget, specifically the $10.9 million cut to SPD in the balancing package. I also want to ensure that the City Attorney's Office budget does not grow and that the vacant positions are eliminated. Contrary to what Durkin and Harold recently said, I want you to know that you do have the city's support to defund SPD. Only half of Seattle voted in this election, which is horrifying, and approximately half of ballots cast were for two anti-racist abolitionist candidates. This means Seattle does want to divest from the capital punishment system and invest in community. Let's be real, y'all. The city attorney's race and council position 9 were purchased by two wealthy white ladies backed by corporate interests. And before everyone gets their Lululemons in a bunch, I am also a wealthy white lady. So let's all just take a moment of silence to rage scream that we elected a Trump Republican to city attorney, but the good news is that City Council, you have the opportunity to make a beautiful liberatory change. Adopt the solidarity budget, hold true to your promise of defund.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody for keeping their comments on the budget. Appreciate the circling back on that. Just a reminder to keep your comments on the 2022 budget or any related items. Thanks for the comments today and the context there for your comments. We have Maureen Lund, Diana Romero, and Norma Alvarez not present still, so we're going to Doug Newman and Bronnie Scott. Please go ahead, Doug. Star 6 to unmute. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, City Council members. My name is Doug Newman. I'm a Seattle resident. I am asking the Council to please include the Seattle Indian Health Board request of $500,000 to launch a culturally appropriate produce prescription pilot. Thank you, Councilmember Morales, for championing this very important program, and whereas Herbold and Lewis for the support. The produce prescription pilot will address food insecurity to treat and prevent chronic diseases among BIPOC communities such as high blood pressure, diabetes, and heart disease. It'll help with nutrition security, which was worsened during the pandemic, and also addresses health disparities. The pilot program will be a powerful way to show and evaluate how food serves as medicine, especially for communities that experience social barriers to well-being. In addition to the produce prescription program, I support the two other requests for the Seattle Indian Health Board to increase healthcare access for American Indian and Alaskan Native communities through the design process of the Thunderbird Treatment Center.
Could you send the rest of your comments in? Sorry, we didn't get that last sentence wrapped in there. Appreciate you dialing in, Doug. Bronnie, good evening. Star 6 to unmute, please.
Hi, my name is Breon Scott, and I'm calling in for the People's Budget. This past summer, City Council approved a funding for the New Hope Community Development Institute, which will bring low-income housing for families and help with homelessness. I know that there's a lot of homelessness, like the person said, more than we know, but that's a step towards it. We have community leaders out here willing to do the work and assist the council. We're not just in here calling to harass people. We're in here actually doing the work, and also putting Clean Greens on the budget to be able to continue to feed the families fresh produce. Not every time does low-income families have the option to go into a grocery store and choose healthy organic vegetables for their family. And that is also important for our students in school to be able to eat fresh organic food so that they can be clear-minded and do their work. I ask that the council please stand in solidarity and do the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, want to note for the record, Angelica Cortez, Todd Reed, you are listed to speak next, but not present. We're going to go to Janica Lockhart, followed by Sean Lau and Melanie Driesman. Good evening, Janica.
Good evening. My name is Janica Lockhart, and I'm here on behalf of Children's Home Society of Washington. We want to thank you for including in the proposed budget $250,000 in general funds to support our purchase of a piece of property in the Lake City neighborhood. This property will serve as a social service hub for the Lake City community that will house our North Seattle Family Resource Center and other nonprofit providers. We currently serve 3,500 individuals through our Family Resource Center, and we hope that this property will allow us to serve 20% more individuals when fully operational. The property will also serve as the home of Build Lake City Together, a neighborhood initiative led by Children's Home Study of Washington, focused on building a vibrant community and improving economic development in Lake City. Again, we appreciate your support of this property purchase. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for dialing in for your time. Sean is followed by Melanie Drisman. Hi, Sean.
Hi, hello. My name is Sean Lowy, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington, and I'm asking you to support the legislative request from the Seattle Indian Health Board of $500,000 to launch a culturally attuned produce prescription pilot, $200,000 to conduct a community participation design survey to aid in the design process for Thunderbird treatment centers, and $100,000 for the Lake City Clinic expansion. I would also ask that you support Chief Seattle Club's request amounting to $8.1 million to support their day center, outreach, reentry, domestic violence and sexual assault programming, as well as affordable housing initiatives. We strongly urge the City Council to include funding for Chief Seattle Club's clean and sober housing in SoDo and funding for the Longshore at North Seattle College. These programs have the ability to truly lift people up, and I sincerely hope that you consider that fact when coming to your decision, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Melanie Drisman, followed by Alexis Lekatz. Hi, Melanie.
Hi, my name is Melanie Hi, my name is Melanie Dreesen, calling from District 4. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Peterson and Gonzalez for your commitment to increasing early learning opportunities, especially for low-income families. I represent UTCS, an early learning program that's been operational for 50 years, but had to relocate when our building was demolished for, I believe, condos is what's going up. U Heights is where we've moved to. It's a beautiful historical building that requires several capital upgrades to be licensed by DCYS, and we urge you to support the capital upgrades to save the 70 learning slots with 50% allocated to low-income families in an area that's considered a child care desert. Thank you so much again for supporting the quality learning early programs and the future of our children. Thank you so much for your time and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next four speakers are listed as not present: Michelle Hassan, Sana Hani, Vilma Trejos, Alex Fair. That brings us to Alexis. Alexis will be followed by Nicole Jones. Good evening, Alexis.
Hi, my name is Alexis Lacates. I'm a Nicholsville resident in District 3. I'm calling today in support of tiny house villages, and I wanted to implore with the council that you not only keep our $800,000 that was allocated to us last year in the budget, but also that perhaps maybe come up with a better way to facilitate it, considering that it is now November and we still haven't received any of the $800,000 that we were supposed to get at the beginning of the year. Considering we're the only camp in Seattle that the city doesn't pay for, it would be very helpful. Also, I believe some of that money is supposed to go to share too. But I also wanted to call and say that I think the self-managed model for tiny house villages is something that you should also consider giving money towards, because low barrier doesn't work for everybody. And yeah, that's all. Thank you. Oh,
thank you. Yeah, please. So sorry. Please do send us that last comment that you may have had. Nicole Jones, followed by Lisa D. Good evening. Nicole, *6 to unmute, please. And after Nicole and Lisa will be Wayne Jenkins and Victor Sertenta. Good evening, Nicole. *6 to unmute. *6. Si hablas español? Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello, my name is Nicole Jones, and I'm calling as both a resident and a frequenter of Southeast Seattle, and also a member of the Boys and Girls Club Southeast Network team. I'm calling about the reinvestment of the $4 million for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative, also known as SCSI. This important work has been going on for the past year, and it's been incredible to be able to experience over 60 hires that are indigenous in our community being deployed out into our areas and being able to assist our young people in getting connected to resources, being able to establish positive relationship with a mentor and or elder in the area, coupled with just providing positive guardianship and being able to be a mitigating step in ensuring that SPD doesn't have to be called. And so our ask is that council would continue their investment for this important and great work. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much. So we are going to go to George Squirrella, followed by Lisa D. Good evening, George.
Hi, this is George Scarola. Good evening, Chair Mosqueda and council members. I am speaking on behalf of Lehigh, but also all the people who rely on urban rest stops for their personal hygiene. So I want to underscore the request to support Council Member Strauss' amendment to add $90,000 for the urban rest stop program. That supports or expands services at downtown urban rest stop, but it really expands hours at the Ballard Urban Rest Stop where it's sorely needed. So thank you very much, and thanks for your service. Night.
Hey, George, thanks for dialing in tonight. Lisa D, followed by Wayne Jenkins.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hello. Hi. When I voted for you, Ms. Herbold, I didn't intend to vote for someone who might inadvertently cause my death. Recently, I became another violent crime victim statistic here in Seattle. Within 3 days, not only was my home broken into, ransacked, and looted, 3 armed career criminals came back 2 nights later, shooting out windows to make entry. I called 911, and within 8 minutes on a rainy night, officers were giving aid to one of the 3 I shot, and in fact saved his life too. My eternal gratitude goes to the awesome police officers of the Southwest Precinct. Scariest night of my life. The prosecutors didn't do their jobs, but that's another story. Crime here is off the charts these days, and you want to defund our cops when you should be increasing their funding. We need more cops, which would allow us to repopulate many specialized units and allow more community policing, which more neighborhoods and cops want. The next time bad guys come to my house, 911 might not answer right away, and there might not be any cops available to respond this time. So, Ms. Herbold, the actions of you and the council to restrict our law enforcement might be the reason I die. I wouldn't risk my life for the majority of tonight's callers, but our cops will. Thank you.
As a reminder, all of the hiring plan that the mayor requested is included in this year's budget, and in addition to additional public safety measures. Just want to make sure that there's no misinformation or confusion out there that every officer that's included in the current budget and every officer expected to be hired is included in the proposed budget. Thank you very much for dialing in and for keeping your comments connected to the proposed budget in front of us. We have Amanda Booz and Demetris Abu, who are listed as not present. We're going to move on to Wayne Jenkins and Victor Cardenta.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Jenkins. I work for the West Seattle Community Safety Team. I'm actually a lead. I'm calling in on this conference about our funding. I think this will be a great opportunity for us to speak about our funding between the youth that we work with in the community. We work with a high at-risk youth in our community. The funding will be great as far as resources in the community for the kids. The job that we do right now, we do GED reentry, high school completion reentry. We also have a lot of job resources that we do with youth. So the funding would actually help us to be able to maintain the relationship built within the community with the youth, to be able to provide them with the resources and the navigation to keep these young men and young ladies safe in a good comfort and safety awareness zones, that they will be able to have a comfortability to do the things that take on the resources and the opportunities in life that we are trying to give these youth in the communities.
Thank you very much. And Victor followed by Zanetta Reed and Dominique Daniels.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Victor Cabaneta. I'm the Business Opportunity Center Supervisor for El Centro de la Raza. I'm addressing the City of Seattle Revenue General Sources for 2022 in support of the founding of the Youth Job Readiness Training Program. This program helps students from the Latino and underserved communities through internships in business development, financial empowerment, and job readiness, which allows them developing valuable skills for their professional experience. This program has helped students like Dayanari, Juana, and their families to create their businesses and by receiving business and financial training, one-on-one coaching, and technical assistance for access to business capital. The funding of programs like the Youth Job Readiness Training is vital for the underserved communities and their need of education and economic aid to prepare them for better job opportunities and career pathways, and overall for a better and brighter future. Thank you for your work and your support. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Victor. We have Zanetta Reed and Dominique Daniels. Please go ahead, Zanetta. Okay, Zanetta, *6 to unmute. *6. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you, council members. My name is Zanetta Reed, and I'm with the Lived Experience Coalition, and I am calling in to make sure that you continue to support and increase funding for the LEC and the work that we are doing in the community with our unhoused neighbors, also advocating as well as helping connect them to resources and advocate for those who are being discriminated against in the system once contracts turn over to the KCRHA. I also want to speak on your continued and for more support of Bill Hackett and his organization, who does amazing work with our unhoused folks in cars and RVs. We support homeowners in fixing their roofs and things and insulating homes. So we need to help support those in cars and RVs as they need home repairs too, and a safe space to park their homes without being harassed and access to services. If we own our home, whether wheels are grounded, you should be able to get the same equitable services. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Dominique Daniels, please.
Hello, my name is Dominique. I am the case manager for the Community Safety Specialist team. I am calling in just to advocate for our young individuals of restoring our funding. The funding provides us enough resources that our young people have stability as far as jobs and educational precedents. It always gives us more resources and more just opportunities to provide for our youth, housing stability and things like that. It does provide them just furthering themselves just as individuals. Our goal is to not give up on our young individuals, and I do ask that you do make them priority because we do prioritize and we do put them first. You get what I'm saying? In our community, we have built relationships to where they are meeting and completing their goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. And so catching folks up, we are nearing caller 200. Want to note who is listed as not present here: Grace Christ, Shirley Johnson, James Lovell, Brian Davis, all listed as not present. Samantha Diabru, Patience Malava, Krista Sandoval, Adrian Carroll, listed as not present. So that brings us to Yvette Aguilera and Maria Lynn Arns. Good evening, Yvette. *6 to unmute, please. Hi, Yvette. If you're speaking, you are still maybe muted on your own phone.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Yvette Aguilera, and I am here today addressing Council to continue funding the Youth Job Readiness Training Program of El Centro de la Raza. The program believes in the youth and invests in them to help explore career pathways and ITIN application guidance. Luckily, in the state of Washington, one can create a business as an ITIN holder. According to the United States Small Business Administration, immigrants are 30% more likely to start a business in the United States. Thus, immigrants significantly help to create jobs. As a daughter of immigrant parents, I know firsthand that when opportunities are denied to immigrants, we do not complain, we simply create our own opportunities. However, we are not able to nourish the future business owners of Washington if we do not invest in them today in programs like the Youth Job Readiness Program. This program is not only a resource for today's youth, but an investment for Washington. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maria Lynn, you are up next, followed by Catherine Gendry and Victoria Ling. Good evening, Maria. *6, there we go.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, thank you. Hi there.
Hi, my name is Maria Lynn Arns, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a member of the Lived Experience Coalition, and I think it's important to remember that we are all members of the human race. I'd like to address the homeless situation, and I believe that Pastor Bill Hackett has given us an excellent example of utilizing some of the unused parking lots and land that's available for people in motorhomes to be able to stay. And I'd also like to say that when money is allocated for the homeless, it's good for it to be allocated where it's used, where it's been allocated for, and that we can end this if we all do it together, but we need to do it together. And so I also would like to thank you guys for the work that you did at Bitter Lake, getting those people into hotels and motels. But it's an everyday work, and if we all work together, we can see positive results. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for dialing in tonight. So I'm going to catch folks up here. We have Catherine Judry, followed by Victoria Lang. That brings us to caller 200. And I want to note for the record who is not present: Tamika Greer, Kenneth Sinclair, Paula Muller, all listed as not present, along with Tamari Fentress, Barnaby Harford, Juanwa Louis, Yadria Alvarez. If you are listening, you are listed to speak next, but you are listed as not present. So let's go to Catherine, followed by Victoria. Good evening, Catherine. *6 to unmute, please.
Hello, Council. My name is Katie Gendry, and I'm a renter in District 6. I'm calling to voice my emphatic support for all the solidarity budget amendments in the balancing package, including and especially shrinking SBD's budget by $10.9 million, though SBD's budget should be cut by much more than this. Today, I spent a collective of 2 hours coordinating much-needed medical care for 3 different unhoused people, none of whom were able to receive care today. This is absurd, as I am a community member with no medical expertise, no associated affiliations to medical establishments, and no pay related to this work. And most absurd part is that the unhoused people are dying in the streets for lack of access to basic health and sanitization services like public bathrooms. SPD is useless, and instead we need housing for all, healthcare for all, and better no-barrier mental health and substance use services. Do you care about a healthy and safe community? In defund SPD.
Thank you very much. Victoria, good evening. Thank you for calling in. *6 to unmute, and then we'll hear from Oliver Contreras. *6 to unmute. Thank you. Hi, Victoria. You can go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Victoria Liang. I'm a renter in District 3, and I'm a member of the Amazon Employees for Climate Justice. I called in to, like so many others tonight, share my support for the solidarity budget. I support cutting SBD's floated budget by at least $10.9 million and any amendments to ensure that the City Council's office budget does not grow, that vacant positions are eliminated, and that reporting provisions are put in place. The solidarity budget's commitment to housing affordability and homelessness will make a huge impact on me and my neighbors. The people who work here deserve to live here because we are the ones building the city and community. Thank you so much for listening. I yield my time.
Thanks very much. Oliver Contreras, followed by Matthew Offenbecker and Karen Smith. Good evening, Oliver. *6 to unmute. Hi, Oliver. *6. Perfect. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oliver Contreras, Financial Empowerment Supervisor with El Centro de la Raza.
I am addressing the City of Seattle Revenue General Sources for 2022 and in support of the Youth Job Readiness Training Program with El Centro de la Raza. Financial Empowerment has been working with this program for more than 5 years, providing financial literacy for these youth and also for their families, which are immigrant Latinos with limited English and lack financial education. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureaus reported about 15% of Black and Hispanic consumers are credit invisible compared with the 9% of white consumers. The Youth Job Readiness Training Program delivers services to these students in different aspects such as saving, debt reduction, personal budget, credit score, bank services, among others. It is really satisfactory how they improve their financial capabilities and empower themselves to control and max their resources to prepare for their post-secondary education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matthew, followed by Karen Smith.
Hi. Hi, council members. My name is Matthew Offenbacher, and I live on Capitol Hill. This has been such an incredible evening to listen to public comment. Thank you all for all the work that you do. I just was calling in to let you know that I support the Solidarity Budget amendments in the balancing package. And especially I wanted to highlight the part of it where you're shrinking Seattle Police Department's budget by $10.9 million. I would love it if you could remove even more funding from the police department this week, if possible. I've seen figures like 14 million more that seems to be essentially handing the police department a slush fund with no accountability. So let's recapture that part of it too if we can. In addition, I just wanted to let you know that I support any amendments that you have that can make sure that the city attorney's office budget does not grow and that vacant positions are eliminated. There's so much in the Solidarity budget that I'm so excited about. I think it's an amazing vision, and I urge you to support.
Thank you for dialing in. And Karim, you are up next, followed by Roman Curry. Karim, it looks like you're listed as not present, so we will tee up Roman. As a reminder, we are on caller 213. We are going to take a, excuse me, let me double check. Are we taking a switching roles, or are we taking a break, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we are taking a quick minute, a couple minute break to switch screens.
To switch screens. Okay, so 3-minute break?
How does the IT team feel about that? Okay.
We're okay with whatever.
Okay, great. So we'll take a 3-minute break, and just as a reminder, we're on item 213. When we return, we'll go to Roman Curry, Ivan Tesler, and for the record, Tremonti Fitness, Barnaby Hartford, Kawawa, Louis, and Yandria Alvarez not present. Let's make it 9:05 just to make it clean, colleagues, and then we will get through the remaining 40 or so people of the 80 listed here. Thank you. We'll see you at 9:05. Thanks for waiting, everybody on the line. Next, 3 speakers who are present, we are at number 213. Roman, you had been very patient. Thank you for waiting for this break so we could change clerks. If you can hit *6 to unmute, you will be up first. Roman Curry. Hit *6, followed by Ivan Tellis.
Hello.
Good evening. Hi, Roman.
Hi. Hello, and thank you for your time. My name is Roman Curry, and I am advocating for the City Council to pass the Human Services Department's following amendments because they provide crucial resource assistance. Food and nutrition programs help to keep our communities healthy and thriving, and Amendments 5, 6, and 8 would provide funding for food programs and distribution. Amendment 1 would increase service provider contracts, and Amendment 10 would provide funding for rental assistance, keeping people off the streets. I'm also advocating for Amendments 52, 53, 54, and 55 to be passed because they provide important mental and physical health services. Amendments 52 and 53 fund the expansion of mental and behavioral health services, while 52 has emphasis on services for the Duwamish tribe. Amendment 54 would fund the creation of a voluntary crisis stabilization center, and Amendment 55 would fund a community health center for BIPOC. These services help people avoid homelessness and live better lives, with a focus on the communities who need them the most. I urge the City Council to pass these amendments to focus the city budget more on the people. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We got it all in. Ivan Tellis, followed by Lahora Murray, Cecilia Black, and then Lisa Lakeside. Good evening, Ivan. *6 to unmute. There we go.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Tellez, Workforce Program Coordinator at El Centro de la Raza Business Opportunity Center. I am here today addressing the City of Seattle 2022 General Revenue Source to continue funding the Youth Job Readiness Program at El Centro de la Raza. The Youth Job Readiness Training Program assists students to apply to paid internships while supporting them with different resources to overcome their barriers. By providing one-on-one career orientations and follow-up, students have been able to look into different career paths. When there is an 18.19% lack of opportunity for Latinx communities to apply to jobs, programs like the Youth Job Readiness Programs make an impact on the youth to be better prepared for the workforce when they graduate from high school. If youth can be provided stable career path, their life is impacted for the best. Thank you.
Thank you for dialing in tonight. Lorona, followed by Cecilia. Lahorna Murray, *6, okay. Not present. Cecilia Black, followed by Lisa Lakeside. Good evening, Cecilia. Well, Cecilia, if you can hit *6 to unmute, please. There we go.
My name is Cecilia. I am a disabled renter in D4 and support all the solidarity budget amendments in the balancing budget, including shrinking SPD's budget by $10.9 million. As a wheelchair user, I specifically want to highlight the work the solidarity budget has done on transportation. While I'm glad the balancing package includes funding for home zones to make neighborhood streets safer for all pedestrians and cyclists, I am asking the council to raise this amount by $3.75 million. I don't think most Seattleites truly understand how inaccessible Seattle streets are for people with disabilities. And if we are going to seriously address climate change, accessibility, and safety, we need to not only build usable sidewalks, we need to reimagine how we think our roads so our city is not exclusively designed for people in cars. Seattle has a zero vision goal to end traffic deaths by 2030, but without a dramatic increase in funding for programs like home zones, we're not on track to meet this goal. And while arguments to increase SBD funded are rooted in scare tactics that conflate public safety with police, programs like home zones, which create walkable, vibrant spaces to build community.
Thank you very much. And Lisa will be followed by Demetris Abu and then Aiden Carroll. So we go back to them. Lisa, go ahead, please. Lisa,
Hi, my name is Lisa Lakeside. I stay at the Whittier Heights Tiny House Village. I'd like to thank the council members for their continuing support and for the budget for the tiny house villages. It's it's been so great living there. I just got permanent housing after being there just a little over a year. It's a safe, structured environment. We have housing coordinators on site, 24-hour staff. We have to do chores. We're mandated to go to meetings. We need more tiny house villages in Seattle. The homeless epidemic here is just out of control, and everybody deserves a safe place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Going back to Elizabeth Stanton, followed by Elizabeth, just looking for you, Demetris Abu. Aiden Carroll. I see Demetris. Please go ahead and hit *6, Demetris.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Demetris Abu, and I'm at the Rainier Court Apartments, particularly the Columbia Garden. SEAT owns the low-income buildings I live in. They raised my rent $100 for all the tenants, and we as tenants stand together to rescind the $100 rent increase. We're on fixed incomes, and to plead for the better pest control, bugs such as bed bugs and roaches. Most seniors are on fixed incomes, and our voices aren't being heard. We need rent control for raising rents and deplorable health and safety conditions. We were tricked away from our houses in the central area, and now we are migrated to the south end, Rainier Valley area. We're facing rent increases into homelessness.
Thank you very much. Please do send in the rest of your comments. And the next person we had teed up was, I'm trying to scan my list here. The following 3 speakers are now listed as present. Just confirming my list is up to date here. Elaine Kitamaru, Solinu Lei. Elaine, good evening. Thanks for waiting.
Good evening. Good evening, council members. My name is Elaine Kitamura from the American Heart Association. I'm a District 2 resident. I'm asking today the council to please include the Seattle Indian Health Board request of $500,000 to launch a culturally appropriate produce prescription pilot. The pilot program will address food insecurity to treat and prevent chronic diseases among our BIPOC communities such as high blood pressure, diabetes, and heart disease. In addition, it will help with nutrition security, which has worsened since the pandemic, but also address the health disparities faced by our American Indian and Alaska Native community. I support also the other 2 requests from the Seattle Indian Health Board to increase health care access for the American Indian and Alaska Native communities through the design process of the Thunderbird Treatment Center and by expanding their Lake City clinic. I would like to thank the Council Member Moraz for spearheading this important program, and also thank the Council Members Moraz, Herbold, and Lewis for your support. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much for dialing in. And the next person is Solinu Lei.
Yes, how's it going?
Hi, sorry for the wait. Please go ahead.
Okay, appreciate the time. My name is Solomon Lea, and I'm part of the Seattle Community Safety Initiative. With Seattle Safety Team, I'm in support of funding for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative for many reasons. Our program gives members from the community like myself opportunity, a chance to help improve, transform, and build within our community. We bring a great sense of security with our national presence to our neighborhoods, schools, and businesses, also families. We receive positive feedback and input from everyday community members on a daily basis while we are doing our outreach on the streets. We have counselors who provide resources to our youth, who mostly are minority and disadvantaged with low circumstances. Our program has brought awareness to gun violence, gang life, to justice systems, careers, and educational preferences as well. We spread the love through community events, building relationships and networking locally with fellow brothers and sisters of Seattle who equally push the same agenda, which is peace, power, and unity in our communities. I trust and believe the work we do will continue to grow, prosper, and remain effective for our youth, the city, and for all members of our community. As years unfold, we'll progress to save lives. Because the kids engage with us every day with life-changing conversations of real-life issues. We enforce our program respectively and consistently. We give these at-risk youth a more developed mindset and enforce alternative motives to help build a more stable and healthier lifestyle/community. So I support the funding for SCSI, and I believe the time and energy we put on the field is all a part of God's work that will always be in demand, urgently needed now.
Amazing. Thank you very much. And I just want to double check with the clerks. We do have two folks that are saying they are present, but they're listed as not present. If we could make sure that Ken Sinclair and Brian Davis, also for Ken and Brian, and for everyone who's dialed in and perhaps is waiting to be called, if I've called your name and I've said that you're not present, it means that we don't have you listed as the number that you signed up with when you get your registration code. So if perhaps you're dialing in from a different number, if you can go back and dial in with the number that you registered, then we will make sure to pop you in the list here. Or if you need to re-register, we'll add you to the end of the list here with any new number that you're currently using. At this point, I think we are all caught up on our list, and so I'm going to continue on with the folks who are listed as present. Charity Vienes, followed by Iris Antman. Just a reminder to the following two groups: Gordon Culvery, Juana Mas, and Alex Place. You are listed as not present, so please dial in if you are still interested in speaking. And also listed as not present is Kathy Booth Tobin, Andy Mauricio Castro, Luis Kultzer, Linda Nicole Sanchez. Good evening, Charity. Thanks for waiting.
Hi, thanks for having me speak. My name is Charity, and I am a renter in District 2, and I'm also an educator. I'm calling to voice support for the Solidarity Budget amendments, all of them, especially the $10.9 million cut to the police budget, and I also call for increased cuts to the police budget where it's possible. I believe our city is on a path to being a safer place as we invest in our community and invest in community initiatives. I've heard so many amazing initiatives tonight. It's really awesome to hear. But I think that we, at the same time, need to be decreasing police presence in our communities and also taking money from their budget to invest in our community. I'm also calling for investing in community climate initiatives and climate resilience, including the $13 million for transitioning homes off of oil heat, as well as calling for proven ways that we can end homelessness, including supporting the tiny home village. Thank you.
Thank you for dialing in. The next person is Delia Ivank, followed by Nikita Oliver. Good evening, Delia.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Delilah Ivanek. I'm a senior in Seattle Public Schools, and I'm here to strongly recommend and ask you to pass Human Service Department's Budget Amendments 3, 4, 11, 12, 17, 18, 19, 21, 24, and 51 to support our community's health and safety. HSD Amendments 021, 024, and 051 should be passed as they would provide alternatives to police and fund community safety. This funding would support restorative justice programs, pre-arrest diversion programs, and programs redirecting low-priority 911 calls, all of which are a start to decreasing inherently harmful police presence in our communities. HSD Amendments 003, 004, 011, 012, 017, 018, and 019 should be passed as they would provide funding for Indigenous-led support for Indigenous communities, support for survivors of gender-based violence, citywide child care facilities, and resources for elders of color, all of which are critical for community health and bonding. Passing these amendments and allocating these resources is a responsibility as a public representative, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for those specifics. Karim Smith, Alicia Manet, Willie Dumas, still listed as not present. Thank you, Nikita, for waiting. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Mosqueda and Seattle City Council. My name is Nikita Oliver. I am a District 2 renter and Executive Director of Creative Justice and a supporter of the Solidarity Budget. I support the various amendments around policing, the City Attorney's Office, digital equity, housing, and Indigenous sovereignty, but would like to draw your attention to some amendments and investments via the Solidarity Budget related to education. I want to stand in support of our recommendations for retention bonuses for Black, Indigenous teachers of color, and $25,000 that the Mayor Durkin put in her original budget, that actually moved to supporting programs for our educators, specifically anti-displacement programs, and $600,000 for targeted student loan forgiveness pilot programs for educators. We know that our Black educators are struggling the most with debt, housing insecurity, and lack of access to resources. So making sure that they have what they need means our students have what they need.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nikita. Stephanie Kiriakofe and Angelica Chasero, you're listed to speak but not present. If you would like to dial in, that takes us to Level Skies, who's also listed as not present now. Michelle Tridao and Dwayne Schur, followed by Beth Kogan. Michelle listed as not present. Okay, Michelle. We will move on to Dwayne. Dwayne, good evening. *6 to unmute. Please go ahead. Dwayne, just hit *6. It looks like you're still muted on my end here. Oh, there we go. Hi there.
Hi, Dwayne Scheer. I support Councilmember Peterson's amendment to add back $190,000 for programming at the Laurelhurst Community Center. My reasons for keeping the community center open are the following. The center has a long history of high usage by all ages. The center is within walking distance of at least 5 neighborhoods. The population density near the community center has grown and continues to increase. The Magnuson Park and Greenlight community centers will be under construction for the next 2 years, so limiting access to those centers. I do think that weekend rentals can be judiciously accommodated at community centers, but we should keep all community centers open within the city of Seattle for the benefit of the people of Seattle. Thanks, and thank you for you guys for staying up so late.
Thank you for staying up late with us. We appreciate it. Thanks for your time tonight. And to everybody who has dialed in, we really appreciate all the various perspectives, and we are at caller number 240. Good evening, Harold Oman, followed by James Cromwell. *6 to unmute, Harold. Hey, Harold, it looks like you're there you go. I hear it. Go ahead, please.
Hi. Originally, I called this support another national mourning and not a Thanksgiving, in honor of our Indigenous people here in the Great Northwest. But as many of you know, I am here a member and a resident of Georgetown Tiny House Village. And in listening to things, I just got upset. What's not being said is that we house somebody in our boiler room that's a 3x2 room for 2 weeks. We house somebody who goes through domestic violence, and we separate in their house, but they get beat up. They don't tell you that. They tell you some glossy story that Stacy said she works 45 hours for people who get paid that don't show up. She doesn't get a dime. Tiny House Village needs to do better. They might do some good, but there's a lot of trauma done on people who stay here. And that's right. I urge the council to make sure that they have wraparound services. Spell it out before they give me any more money. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you again for dialing in tonight. I want to recognize Stephanie Kirikofe, followed by James Cromwell. Actually, let me reverse that. James, I see you're unmuted. Please just go ahead.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Wedgwood in District 5, Chairwoman Mosqueda. While I listened to you and some of your colleagues romanticize the cuts to the SPD line items this morning, the citizens of Seattle have spoken, and they have voted for safety by electing Bruce Harrell, Sarah Nelson, and Ann Davison. We have done this because the status quo that you perpetuate will not make our great city safer. When will you increase funding for SPD and also speak with pride about how SPD officers keep our city safe? Current response times are unacceptable. The lack of safety on our streets throughout Seattle is paramount. Until you increase, not decrease funding for SPD to increase staffing levels, SPD response times will continue to be poor. The elimination of hiring incentives will not encourage officers to join SPD. Planning for staffing separations and salary savings by the departures of SPD officers is not a way to encourage arrivals of new officers. It is up. With the departure of 325 officers in the past 2 years, this puts Seattle down 800 officers, what experts feel that Seattle needs to have for adequate staffing.
Thank you for dialing in tonight. And Stephanie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead. Stephanie, I see you just went back. There we go. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Kirikoff, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm calling today in support of the Solidarity Budget Amendment in the balancing package, including shrinking SPD's bloated budget by $10.9 million. As a school-based occupational therapist, I'm specifically speaking to the Solidarity Budget's recommendation for robust support that meets cultural, social, emotional, and disability-related needs of our community's children. Specifically, I support the proposed retention bonuses for Black, Indigenous, and other teachers of color, not retention bonuses for cops. I support the recommended $600K for a targeted student loan forgiveness pilot program for educators, and I support the $1 million anti-displacement fund for BIPOC educators so they can live in the communities where they teach. Our community needs us to invest in our educators, in our children, not in the punitive criminal justice system. Please support the Solidarity Budget Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speakers to speak are Myla Steffens, Susan Mosca, and Jody Nathan. That brings us up to number 244. Good evening, Myla. Just star 6 to unmute.
Hey, my name's Myla. I just want to say that I'm mostly in favor of the Solidarity budget, but I just got to say also that overall the amendments fall embarrassingly short. These budget amendments are not enough for people systematically shut out of resources and their right to basic human dignity. Please not talk about the unhoused population as though they are sidewalk improvement. Simply give them housing. Give them deeply needed resources for free healthcare support. Give them the care owed to them by you who uphold a system that has stolen so much already. Where is the budget for Indigenous peoples whose land the city continues to pollute and destroy? You need to do more to show you truly care for giving back what was stolen, for repairing the generations of trauma instilled in the Black and Indigenous communities. Climate catastrophe is here, and this budget is failing your constituents. You know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan Mosca, followed by, excuse me. Susan, good evening. Please go ahead, followed by Jody Nathan.
Hi, thank you. My name is Susan Mosca. I'm a homeowner in District 1, and I'm calling in support of the Solidarity Budget Amendment. If we truly want to increase public safety, we have to move money out of our legal punishment system and into the areas of investment outlined in the Solidarity Budget. If policing and incarceration led to public safety, the U.S. would be the safest country in the world because we have far and away the highest rate of incarceration. We can't just pretend that trimming a few minutes off police response time will fix it. We need to invest in citizens' needs and support the Solidarity Budget.
Thank you for dialing in tonight, Susan. Jody Nathan, followed by Ginny Curry and Carrie Main. Good evening, Jody. Star 6 to unmute. Great, thanks.
Hi, I'm Jody Nathan. I live in Southeast Seattle in District 2. I'm raising my kids here, and by day I'm a social worker advocating for children's best interests throughout our county. Rather than rattling off my affiliations with political, labor, and faith organizations, I'm simply here as a middle-aged white lady who's not buying into the fear-mongering and misinformation that's sweeping through our city. I'm here to clearly state my support for the Solidarity Budget amendments and the balancing package. I strongly support the Solidarity Budget and its commitments to divesting from policing in order to remove the barriers to public health and safety. While I do support the Council's $10.9 million cuts to the Seattle Police Department's budget, I'm asking you to reduce funding even more when you introduce the balancing amendments later this week. Specifically, I'm suggesting you remove funding for all 134 positions that SPD has no intention of filling. And you could also get rid of the $14 million adjustment for one-time budget changes. There's no reason I can see for SPD to have a $28 million slush fund next year. We know that investing in communities and the basic needs of its residents increase safety for them far more than includes in funding.
Thank you very much. If you could send in the rest of your comments, sorry to cut you off. Jenny Curry, followed by Carrie Main. Good evening, Jenny.
Hey, my name's Jean Curry. I'm a lifelong District 6 resident and currently a grad student at UW. I'm calling, like a lot of others tonight, in support of the Solidarity Budget Amendment. And specifically, I'd like to amplify the calls for shrinking unnecessary parts of the Seattle Police Department budget and instead investing in community-identified priorities such as tiny house villages, which have been super inspiring to hear about on this evening, and other community investments like Councilmember Morales' Social Housing Acquisition Fund, and generally all of the efforts to be rapidly electrifying buildings across Seattle, especially for lower income households. To me, all of these proposals just make sense as Seattle continues to face our housing crisis and increasingly intense climate events. So, thank you for hearing all our comments.
Thank you for hanging on the line here tonight. Carrie will be followed by Rich Bogut. Good evening, Carrie. *6 unmute. There we go. Looks like you're still muted. I will list the folks who are still listed as not present right after you, Carrie. Numbers 249, 250, and 251 are Kimberly Kinchin, Mario Fiat Baltimore, Karina Kunis, Rich Bogut, Yandria Alvarez, and Brady Corey. So that brings us back to Carrie. Carrie *6 to unmute, and after Carrie then will be Susan Hildreth. Carrie, wonderful. You're off mute. Please go ahead. Oh, no.
Hello.
Hi. Sorry for the delay. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Carrie Main. I am a current victim of the battle of homelessness. I am a grandmother raising grandbabies. I have been out here for 2 years due to COVID. I've been in and out of RVs and tents and vehicle sleeping. I have been helped by the Living Experienced Coalition in Zanetta. I am in advocating for funding for that program, as well as the help with RV repairs and a place to park. I have lived in the woods. I have had police knock on our doors, having us leave the woods, leave wherever we are, uprooting my children at every turn because nobody wants us anywhere that we go. So I'm hoping that you guys help with that program and keep all of these people out here safe.
Thank you very much for dialing in tonight. Susan, you're up next, *6 to unmute, followed by Leah Blair. Susan, hi there.
Hello. My name is Sue Hildreth. I am a homeowner in District 4. I support amendments to the balancing package to match the provisions of the Solidarity Budget. The Solidarity Budget calls on you to act for the benefit of all of us. In particular, I support the current $10.9 million cut to the SPD budget, and I additionally support cutting SPD's $14 million budget adjustments fund and 134 positions that will not be filled. These funds should instead go to housing and services for the unhoused and disadvantaged communities per the Solidarity Budget. And these funds should be used to reduce carbon emissions and to equitably meet Seattle's 2030 climate goals, including $13 million for transitioning low-income homes to electric heat. The Solidarity Budget offers steps to a city that is safe for all of us, not just the wealthy. Much more will be needed to equitably achieve Seattle's 2030 climate goals by taxing the wealth generated by this city. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Susan. Leah Blair, you are listed as not present, and so is Eddie Griffiths. So we will go to Jason Skies, number 257, followed by Kenny Fun. Hello, Jason. Jason, followed by Kenny, and then it will be Heather Jessup, followed by Paul Mailman. Hi, Jason.
Hi, thank you. Hello, thank you for your time and for giving us all the opportunity to speak. I'm with the Seattle Group for Police Accountability. I'm a resident of District 4. And I would just like to remind you that accountability starts with the police budget. There are too many unearmarked, unaccounted for funds in this budget. At the very least, you need to hold SPD accountable by clearly stating what that money can and cannot be used for. To the extent that you need to use earmarks or provisos, we encourage you to do so. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thanks for waiting on the line tonight. That brings us to Kenny. Good evening, Kenny, followed by Paul Mailman.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kenny Fan. I'm 16 and I live at low-income housing at the Rainier Court. I'd just like the Seattle City Council to be made aware of the consistent mistreatment of the tenants at Rainier Court. Due to the companies of Seed and Coast, our tenants have consistently had issues with roaches, bed bugs, increases in rent, increases in Wi-Fi bills, and all this is unjust. And we already have contact with Councilmember Kashama Sawant to support us, and I'd like further assistance for our senior and working class communities against unjust landlords and in support of renters. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I am going to just make a quick announcement for folks who I am calling out as not present. Again, when you signed up to provide public testimony, it asks you which phone number you'll be dialing in from. If there's any chance that you are not dialing in from that same phone number, please do take a chance to dial back in, or you can still register using a different phone number. I know, for example, we want to hear from Ken Sinclair and Brian Duras. Anybody else who's also indicating, hey, we're out here listening, but we're listed as not present, please do note we need that same phone number. And if that's the case, if you want to go back in and re-register before we get to the end of public comment, no problem. Colleagues, just so that you all know, we have about 6 people who are left to speak, and then we will be done with public comment for this evening. So I'm going to make sure that we get Kenneth on. I see you listed as present, Kenneth Sinclair, and then we'll go to our last 6 speakers, and we will double check to make sure that nobody else is called back in, and that we get everybody who is present speaking. Kenneth, thanks for your patience tonight. You can hit *6 to speak. *6 to speak, Kenneth. Okay, Kenneth, I'm going to keep you on the screen because I see you there now and I don't want to lose you. So there you are. Can you hear me? You might be muted on your own phone. Kenneth, just hit. Don't hit any more *6s. You're totally good on my end. Just make sure that your own phone is not on mute. Okay, we're going to keep Kenneth on the screen here. Let's go ahead and pull up Paul Mailman. Thanks for waiting. And we are going to keep Kenneth on the line. After you're done, we'll try Kenneth again.
Good evening, council members. My name is Paul Mailman. I live in District 2, and I'm a member of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, Local 600. Local 600 represents camera people in the motion picture industry here in Seattle. I would like the council to support the proviso to fund a creative industries director within the Office of Economic Development. The council approved this position in the 2020 budget, and it's disappointing that the outgoing mayor has disregarded the wishes of council and stakeholders. And this proviso would provide the opportunity to revitalize creative work in Seattle in a broad and strategic manner. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for your testimony and all that you do. Appreciate you dialing in and your patience tonight. Kenneth, if you can hear me, *6 to unmute, and then we will come to you next. So the last speakers that I have listed as present. Hi, Kenneth, can you hear me? We still can't hear you. Just hit, don't hit *6. Just make sure your own phone is not on mute if you have a iPhone or any other type of phone. Ah, perfect. Oh, no. You went back on mute. *6. Okay. Can you hear me? All right. And your phone itself is not on mute, right? I'm so sorry, Ken. We cannot hear you. If you want to just double check, look at your iPhone or your cell phone there, Android, make sure that that device is not on mute. I'm going to list the last 5 people who are present. Camille Smith, J.C. Fawcett, Tomika Brooks, and David Post. The last person that's present is Kyla. Hey, Kenneth, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Oh, no.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh my God, that was good.
Don't touch anything.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, let's get you your full time back on the clock. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. First of all, I'd like to thank you for restoring the community safety budget. I'm a member of the proud member of Community Pass. Funding this budget provides IT that I grew up with, that's out rebuilding the community, that in other terms may be out causing havoc to the community. And with this funding, we're able to employ plenty young men and plenty adults, and rebuild the education system, be diversion from prison and juvenile institutions, homelessness. There's just so many different resources that this funding provides, and we ask that you continue funding the Seattle Safety Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience with us tonight. Camille, I see you unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Camille Smith, and I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm calling to ask the Seattle City Council to support the following legislative requests of the Seattle Indian Health Board. First, the request for $500,000 to launch a culturally attuned produce prescription pilot, which will address food insecurity to prevent chronic diseases among BIPOC communities. Second, the request for $200,000 to conduct a community participatory design survey to aid the design process for Thunderbird treatment centers. These centers will address gaps for culturally specific inpatient behavioral health centers in Seattle. And finally, the request for $100,000 for the Lake City Clinic expansion. This funding will support modernizing the facility and ensure the provision of culturally attuned, patient-centered care. I also ask that you support Chief Seattle Club's request amounting to $8.1 million to support their day center, outreach, reentry, domestic violence, and sexual assault programming and affordable housing initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you for dialing in today and for those specifics. We are going to hear next from J.C. Fawcett and then Tomika Brooks. Hi, JC.
Good evening. Thank you for hanging on this long. I'm calling in support for the University Heights. I appreciate Councilmember Peterson's support for an elevator at this community center. And like previous callers have mentioned the importance of community centers, I certainly would say that there's a lot of things that University Heights does for the Seattle community, including supporting childcare, services for homeless, and appreciate the support and your continued support. Good night.
Thank you so much for dialing in. And before we go to the next speaker, I want to list those who are currently here as not present on my list. Again, Leah Blair, Eddie Griffiths, Heather Jessup, Karen Taylor, all listed as not present. Jenny Falls, Pete Lawrence, Lacey Leviat, Bill Hackett, again, not present. Rebecca Bear, Celine Polson, Oriana Chegwidden, Ursula White Oliver, and Jacob Adams, listed as not present. And the last person listed as not present, the last 2 people is Bea Dornarski and Luis Kulzer. I am going to call the last 5 people that are listed here on my list, and that includes Beth Purcell, Tomika Brooks, David Post, Kyla Griffin. I want to make sure I didn't miss one more person. There we go. Lorna Murray. That's the order we're going in, the last 5. Okay. One of those last 5 looks like they are not present anymore. Did I read that correctly? Nope, there we go. Beth, good evening. You are among the final 5.
Evening.
Thanks for waiting.
Great, thank you.
Good evening and thanks for your time. My name is Beth Purcell. I support the proposed park and public space related amendments that are included in the 2022 budget. Welcoming and safe public spaces are vital to the health and well-being of everyone in our city. I also ask Council to add City Hall Park to the proposed public space funding amendments and resource our city departments to appropriately take care of City Hall Park. City Hall Park has failed in many ways, but we know that if properly resourced, it can become a thriving urban park. This has been accomplished by the city and partners in other challenging parks in downtown Seattle, such as Occidental Square and Westlake. The county has no experience with urban parks and does not operate parks within the city of Seattle, but there are nonprofit partners ready to work with the city to activate and operate City Hall Park for our community. Please honor your obligation to protect our city parks and add funding as part of your commitment to public space to take.
Thank you very much for dialing in. And if you have anything else, please do go ahead and send that in. Tomika, followed by David Post. Good evening, Tomika. Tomika, *6 to unmute. I see ya. Thanks. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Tomika Brooks, and I'm the Operations Director for the Southeast Network Safety Net with the Boys and Girls Club of King County. First, I would like to say thank you for your support and for funding the Seattle Community Safety Initiative this year and the work that we do. I'm here today to advocate for the continued funding for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative and the 2020 budget amendment. I ask that you grant this funding so that we can continue to do the work that we do and support and better our communities and the families that we serve. And I also would like to say that you do have another person online who's not showing. His name is Mario Mallory, and I think that he is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get it. He is, I think, 268, if I'm not mistaken, just so that you know.
Thank you. Appreciate the support. Yeah, go ahead. Anything else?
That was it. And just thank you and have a good evening.
Okay, wonderful. I am looking for any additional names to pop in. We don't see DeMario, but we will keep looking. DeMario Mallory, if you've dialed in using a different number, please go ahead and dial back in with the number you registered with, or you feel free to re-register. Hello, David. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. Thank you all very much for staying up so late tonight to do your work. I'm calling specifically about the vote on budget line HSD 25A1 that has to do with funding for an effective strategy for the city going forward to support gun violence prevention, which I think is really critical. I wanted to say that 20 years ago, I was 52 years old, living in my car for 2 years due to manic depression. I'd been in recovery from alcohol use for 12 years prior to that. I urge you to do everything you can to find actual housing for the homeless. And lastly, I want to say I approve removing extraneous funds from SPD and the city attorney's office and putting them into community services by non-police officials. And I thank you again for your time and for hearing me tonight.
Wonderful. Thanks for waiting here tonight with us. Kyla Griffin, followed by Michelle Trido and Lorna Murray. Good evening, Kyla. Where did you go? Okay, I'm going to keep going up the list, not present. So we'll go back up to Michelle Triado, and then we will have Lorna Murray. Hello, Michelle. *6 to unmute, please. There we go.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm actually currently homeless in my vehicle in the Seattle area. I'm working with a lady named Zanetta out here, and she had mentioned trying to advocate for funding for people in cars and RVs and continue funding for lived experience coalitions, continue funding to help those housed with resources and connections and for advocacy and training. And I think that would really help the homeless out here, having more people and more funding for the homeless.
Wonderful. Anything else?
That is all.
Okay. Well, thanks for waiting tonight and thanks for dialing in. Lorna Murray, it looks like you are our last speaker. And when I say that, I want to make sure that the folks who might be listening in online, that you know that I'm going to call for our IT folks to unmute any unknown number that is in our Zoom here after we hear you. I already see Mario Fiat Baltimore has also come back in. So Lorna, good evening. Thanks for waiting.
Good evening, thanks. So my name's Lorna Murray, and I'm calling in from Magnuson Park. I'm here with a couple of my neighbors, and the first thing is I'd like to support my broader community neighbors in Laurelhurst who want to keep their community center from becoming a full-blown rental. I can respect that, and I believe in our local leadership, and I think that solutions can be creative enough to make sure that all people get their needs met. Second of all, I want to advocate for my community in a way that brings programming to our neighborhood that's applicable to our demographic. And I know that my neighbors have some concerns right now about some of the programming that has been operating in the park for a couple of months. And although I support women of color and small businesses and nonprofits, I think that for our kids who is my time up? Our kids who are in the bottom 50% in reading, language, and math in Washington State, I think that we don't have time for untested programming that doesn't include any structured enrichment.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much for dialing in tonight. Appreciate it. And the last speaker that I see here on our list, oh, okay, we got two more. Okay, we're gonna go Mario Fiat Baltimore and then DiMario Mallory. Good evening, Mario. Mario, *6, perfect.
Hello, sorry for the delay. My name is Mario Falat-Leamonte, and I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Washington and a lifelong resident of District 4. I'm asking the Seattle City Council to support the Seattle Indian Health Board request for $500,000 to launch culturally attuned produced prescription pilot, the Seattle Indian Health Board request for $200,000 to conduct a community participatory design survey, and the age-free architectural design to process the Thunderbird Treatment Center, and the Seattle Indian Health Board request for $100,000 in a supplemental budget to the Lake City Clinic expansion. I asked all cities to support the Chief Seattle clubs amounting to $8.1 million to support their day-to-day outreach center, re-entry, domestic violence and sexual assault programs, and affordable housing initiatives. I am a proud graduate of Liston Springs K-8, Native American-focused public school, and I know that these resources will be vital to the Native community. I hope that we can count on your support today.
Thank you, excellent. Thanks for dialing back in. Our last speaker listed as present, DiMario Mallory. DiMario Mallory. Thanks for waiting. *6 to unmute, please. DiMario, it looks like you're still on mute. *6 to unmute. And as you're doing that, IT team, is there anybody who doesn't have an associated phone number that is in the waiting room that we might want to unmute so that they can provide any testimony? I'm taking a cue from our Board of Health Director, chair, who does that, given the remote nature.
Affirmative. We have one unidentified caller with an unknown number.
Okay, let's go ahead and unmute that person as we also wait for DiMario to unmute. Okay, DiMario, I have you on the line here, but I don't see you unmuted. Unknown caller, if you just have heard you have been unmuted, please go ahead and hit *6.
Can you guys hear me now? I'm sorry.
DiMario, yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, hi, how you guys doing? My name is DiMario Mallory. I am the Safe Passage Director for Boys and Girls Club in the Seattle Community Safety Initiative. I want to say thank you to all the City Council members for your support in funding the Seattle Community Safety Initiative this year. I'm asking for your continued support in the year 2022 to add $4 million to for the Seattle Community Safety Initiative and POSE. I manage the safety team for the South End Safety Hub. We are in our neighborhood every day risking our lives to ensure our community is safe. It's a lot of work, but my team and I, we are very passionate about this work and doing our part to create change in our neighborhood. I see firsthand that this initiative has made a difference in bringing our black and brown communities together in the field. We connect and rebuild the village that most of us grew up in. We are the answer to what our community needs. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you for waiting. And just double checking, do we have Sean Glaze, *6 to unmute, or this unknown caller with a number ending in 1166. Unknown caller with 1166. Okay. I want to thank Raul, who is our interpreter, who is still with us this evening. Thank you very much, Raul, for being with us.
Thank you, Teresita.
Muchas gracias. Y tengas un buen noche. Have a great night. I am sad that we can't get this unknown caller off of mute. I do feel bad for having anybody who dialed in and was not able to speak tonight. We do appreciate your time, no matter your perspective or what you're testifying on. Thank you for the opportunity to hear from you. We had 282 people signed up for public testimony. We got through everybody. I said it'd be 4.5 hours. It's just about 4.5 hours. So with that, I want to thank you all for your work tonight. We do have our next committee meeting at 9:30 a.m. on Friday. We'll start with 30 minutes of public testimony again. And as a reminder, thanks to the central staff for their generous extension of the deadline. Amendments are not due until 2 p.m. on Friday. Thanks for all the work that you do. Clerks, IT, Seattle Channel Comms, Interpreter Services, Faride Cuevas, who's managing our team here, and everybody else who makes this possible. Appreciate you. If there's no further questions, so good to see all your faces, colleagues. Thanks for being here late into the evening. We are adjourned.